Ladies, gentlemen, no ladies, okay, only gents. Glad to see you all here. Let me start with apologizing a little bit. Sorry for the registration, so it took a little bit longer time than usual. So you could leave this, your notes in the feedback form, so we will try to improve this for the next year. Today we, in this venue 4 session split, we will be talking about web applications, mobile applications, mobility in general. Yeah, so basically, what is happening right now in enterprise with mobile systems, how we can protect them, how we need to develop applications, what is the vulnerabilities of the applications, and so on and so on. So, but before a little bit kind of housekeeping rules. So at the entrance of the rooms of each sessions, you will see the ladies and the gentlemen with the scanners. So basically, they will scan your badge to know that's which session you visited. At the end of the event, we will also have a lottery as usual. So our sponsors have prepared very interesting lottery gifts: smart watches, iPads, and everything as past years. So just fill up the feedback form, and somewhere about closer to end of the event, leave it to the ladies what is standing before the entrance of the venue, or at the registration upstairs. The lunch for the participants who is participating here, not online stream, will be served in the first floor. So everyone will guide you to the lunch at the time when it's showed in the agenda. So if there is no questions about housekeeping rules, then we could kind of move forwards. Okay, for everyone, everything is clear. So I want to start with a small video, what we have prepared to give an idea about what we will be talking here today. So if you have a couple of seconds, then just watch this. Okay, so as we saw in the video, lot of new technologies, lot of attacks, and lot of attack vectors, what will be today described. And I want to invite as the first speaker Aurelius, Stanislavaitis. I'm correct? Yes. He is representing company OWASP. Aurelius is very large experience on the shoulders regards risk assessment, risk analysis, audits, and web application kind of vulnerabilities and such kind of things. Aurelius, the floor is yours. Let me start your presentation. Oops. I think this one. This says? Yeah, great. Okay.
All right. Hello, everyone. So I'm Aurelius Stanislavaitis, and I am a full-time security tester for Visma group of companies here, and I'm also the chapter leader for OWASP Lithuania chapter. So today I will talk about Web ITSEC and how to navigate between fear, uncertainty, and doubt and ignorance. Yeah? So this is a very wide topic, and I have only half an hour slot, so I'll try to keep as short as possible. Laconic. The term means short and concise way of expression. Now, the term itself originated from ancient Greek area Lacedaemon. That was the area where Sparta was located. Sparta was a purely militaristic country, and they had a little value in arts and literature. Instead, they valued short and concise way of expression. When the king of Macedonia, Philip II, father of Alexander the Great, sent a threatening letter to Sparta telling that he will destroy the city if he will win the war and exterminate Spartans, Spartans answered with a single word, if. So that was, of course, a tough decision presented by Philip of Macedonia to Spartans. They had either to choose the slavery, to surrender and choose the slavery, or choose the field of battle and risk their lives. Now, what the Spartans did, they turned the dilemma of decision back to the Philip of Macedonia. And then it was his turn to make his decisions. Okay, so, but this is a story, of course, about the risk and about making decisions in our uncertain world. So if we would have a power of prophecy, so then we wouldn't be talking about the risk anymore. There would be only causes and consequences. Well, let me give you an example. Suppose you're flying a plane 10,000 meters above the air and you jump out of the plane without parachute. What sort of risk is that? Well, I'd say that it's not a risk anymore. It's 100% a guaranteed fact. Yeah? So, cause and effect. So the risk is about our uncertainty about how bad the future can be. So, but unfortunately, we are not able to see the future, well, at least most of us. And probably the great deal to that is attributed by the fact that we live in quite a complex world. The complexity is all around us, and especially when we talk about technologies. So it's not surprising at all that we have lots of questions and little answers about causes and consequences in our world of technology. Then it's not surprising really that lots of otherwise nice people have a very vague idea about what the internet is, about what the web is, and they kind of may have an idea that it's a pretty nice place to play and have fun, harmless place. And I'm not speaking about my grandmother. I'm speaking about otherwise technically well-grounded people like developers. So in my daily job, what I do in my full-time work, I'm doing security testing of web applications. Again, this is my daily job to identify vulnerabilities in different sort of applications until they are released to production. Some of these vulnerabilities are big and obvious and would allow attacker like direct access to the customer data or even post-financial transactions. Some of these vulnerabilities are not so straightforward and obvious. Now, here I'll give you one example from a real example from 2 weeks old. I've been having a small argument with one of our developers in quite a distant country, and the point of the argument was whether server providing stack trace to the client side, server crashing and providing stack trace to the client side, whether that is a security issue at all. So my point was, I was trying to prove, don't try to read that, it's just normal stack trace. You've probably seen that lots in your life here, as well as me. So my point was that, well, I've seen different stack traces and some of them would reveal some really interesting details. And then I said to that developer, so if your stack trace would reveal some hard-coded secrets or some variables with, let's say, session identifiers, yeah, so then attacker could misuse that in a very straightforward way. Now, developer answered to me with a single if. So, and it's hard to argue in that way. But what I see here is a failure of a very technical person to understand that risks accumulate, that one raindrop raises a sea, and then drop after drop, you accumulate that risk, and will you be ready to swim in that sea of risks? Now, we live in that interconnected world of social networks, and our world inherits some characteristics from social networks, such as, for example, democratization of the knowledge. So the knowledge which previously could only be owned by some specific and narrow circle of individuals. And I'm speaking about now, for example, about the hacking skills, about hacker knowledge. Now, these days, this knowledge become democratized, and is available to anyone. Materials are available, tools are available. So anybody can be a hacker nowadays. And it's not surprising to see those young people. I've collected this, this collection is actually from articles from the internet, and they're all real children, yeah? And they all have a real right to call themselves hackers. Because that one in the middle, he's the youngest certified ethical hacker in India. I think he's 8 years old. And the one with a blue t-shirt on the top row in the right corner. So this guy is 5 years old, and he managed to bypass Xbox access control protection, and Microsoft accredited him as a contributor in their site. Yeah, so there's his name in the Microsoft site as a contributor for security vulnerability detection. He was able to reproduce that, so that wasn't just pure luck. So, and now, well, it's pretty realistic that when we have blackdown in a city, in several blocks of a city, electricity blackdown, so then we talk, it could be a hacker attack, yeah? Because things like this are happening. Now, you probably know this guy from news. So he was tampering with internal plane systems, with internal plane network while flying on it as a passenger. Pretty smart idea, isn't it? What about these two? You probably have seen these two in the news. So they were able to prove in August, yeah, and that was on Wired magazine, yeah, that they can control remotely systems of Jeep Cherokee vehicle. And, well, Chrysler had to recall 1.4 million cars, I think, because of that, because they needed to patch the software. And hackers could do as bad as disable transmission and brakes while the vehicle was driving on a highway, all right? What about light bulbs? So this light bulb, it has an app on a phone. You can control the color of the light with that application. But then it appears that it has vulnerability in the software, and hackers would be able to access your internal networks through your light bulb. Now this is this is cool. Light bulbs are not more secure. The good news is that vendor released patch, and you can see here that bullet point number 3, security improvements and various bug fixes. So, but the bad news are that it takes 15 minutes to patch one light bulb. What about smart toilets? So there have been reports about smart toilets that attacker can remotely enable such function as bidet or change soundtrack for somebody who's and change music. Yeah? So lots of physical processes are moving now in a cyber world. Yeah. And so attacker wouldn't need normal now to go to the physical bank to get the money out of there, because banking sector is moving to electronic world. Attackers are moving there as well. And now think of that army of hackers, yeah, marching all over the face of the earth and spreading doubt and fear. So this is actually the world we are living now in. This will be our world tomorrow. Now you should not, at this point you should be really concerned, yeah. You should be worrying quite a bit, because it's confusing, yeah. Because it's confusing. The uncertainty is confusing. Our brain refuses to accept that. So what I would suppose is we could reduce uncertainty by a great deal by reducing the complexity. Sounds simple. How can we do that? Let's take, for example, OWASP Top 10. So anyone familiar with OWASP Top 10 here in this room? I see a couple of hands here, more, right. So this is actually the list of top 10 risks of web applications. And so it's often said that if you take care of that top 10 of technical risks in your web application, so you would be taking care of 90% of your technical security badness in your web applications. Well, it could be true. So, but then we have like 10 items, yeah, with different symptoms and with different technological explanations for each. So, is this very simple? No, it's not very simple. Can we simplify that at least a bit? I think if we would be looking into root cause of these problems, into the root cause of these different symptoms, so then probably it could be even simpler than 10 items. So, and the number one would be about the input validation, yeah, about the variable sanitization and input validation in the first place. So, because of failing to validate input, all sorts of injections are possible. So, including that infamous SQL injection. Now, SQL injection is a very old issue, and remediation for that is very known, and very available methods are known. But it's still surprising that from time to time we're still able to find some SQL injection occurrences in our applications. Yeah? So, but it's about injections, yeah? So input validation injections, that's correct. What about cross-site scripting? Is the cross-site scripting also input validation issue? You would argue that, hey, it's about the output, cross-site scripting. Primarily control to prevent cross-site scripting from happening is encoding output, right? But, well, what is an output to your server and to your application? That is an input to your browser. So actually, we're talking here about the same type of input, just the interpreter which is running on your browser. So, and if you look into taxonomies like CWE, so then you would see that these both fall into the same category. So, but like I said, remediation tactics and remediation options are different for those two. And I quite often refer to OWASP cheat sheet series, and there you can find lots of technological cheat sheets which would explain in detail of how this should be remediated. Yeah, use that a lot. So, and to finish with that input validation, well, you know where this picture is taken from. What movie is this picture from? Nobody remembers. It's from Matrix. Well, the text in that table, it's in Latin, means know thyself. Know thyself. Yeah. So, as a developer of your web application, you should know your web application. You should know what input is good for your application, what input is good for your interpreters, and allow only that input. Yeah. Do input validation and sanitization. And that's it. By this, you get rid of injection, cross-site scripting, and great deal of insecure redirects and forwards. Okay? So far, so good. Now you can see that we got rid of 3 items in our top 10, 7 to go. What about another root cause? Failure to limit the exposure. Okay? Failure of limiting exposure. Now, this comes in 2 flavors. One is failure to enforce access rights, yeah, for users or for processes. Another one is about exposing your insecure, how to say, internals, yeah, internals to the public. Those internals which should not be exposed, right? So, again, where to start here to solve the problem? Start with making your lists. Make a list of user roles, of application roles, of access permissions you would need, yeah. Make that list as simple as possible, as short as possible. If you cannot make a shorter list, then, well, start from larger, but then reduce it. And the same with your assets. List your assets, yeah. List your application components. Decide which are good to be exposed for public, which are not, right? And make your application enforce that. And this is it. By doing that, you get rid of 3 other items in top 10. What would be those items? That's insecure direct references, that's exposure of sensitive data, and that's missing functional level access control. All of these 3 are mostly mitigated with limiting exposure, yeah, and configuring access rights. Fine. So we have taken now care of 6 of it, 4 to go. what about your secrets, yeah? So, InfoSec, it takes two to play InfoSec game, yeah? Your opponent is an attacker, your opponent is a hacker trying to hack your system. Now, security heavily relies on, some small pieces of data, cryptographic keys, passwords, different, tokens, etc. So, if you use predictable passwords, keys, and different sorts of tokens, so then attacker can predict them, and your security will ruin like a house of cards, right? So this is probably mostly about the crypto, but not only about the crypto. So use proper algorithms, use strong and long enough key length, and well, just watch the news, yeah, whether there's new OpenSSL vulnerability out there, and just patch, okay, when needed. So the takeaway from this is don't be predictable to your attacker. Okay? And by taking care of that, we take care of three another vulnerabilities that would be about the session management, that would be cross-site UCAS forgery protection, and also I would say that having third-party components with known vulnerabilities is also about the predictability. So attacker, by just knowing that you have third-party components with known vulnerabilities, attacker can predict your vulnerabilities and just exploit them. So this is it. We have only one item left. It's about configuration, insecure configuration. But I mean, in reality, what is insecure configuration? That's probably either has something to do with access permissions, yeah, configuration of access permissions, or exposure of your assets, or exposure of your infrastructure, yeah, or maybe it has something to do with parameters of your crypto algorithms and password length, etc. I think we've covered that already. Voila, OWASP top 10. If we look into that from the root cause perspective, so it can be as simple as 3 items. Yeah, input validation, limiting exposure, and being unpredictable. Okay, but that was about the prevention. And the very best of my colleagues told me last week that, listen, prevention was yesterday. Today it is about the detection. Our applications need a detection capability so that they could understand, that they could notice that they are being under attack. Our applications don't need to be blind when somebody starts attack to them. And we have solutions, we have mechanisms for that. There's yet another one, very bright and very mature project from OWASP. It's App Sensor. So it's a standalone component which you can use by any of your web applications. Yeah, you would need to adapt your web application slightly. You would need to place a hooks into your web application code where App Sensor would be invoked and activated. So, and then App Sensor has a set of predefined, events or well, App Sensor has several the list of predefined items where to look at when attacker starts tampering with a web application. For example, if your session identifier is being tampered, so that might be a good indication of attack. Or for example, if your user agent is changing in the middle of your session, so then again, normally that wouldn't probably happen, never. So that's probably a good indication of attack is happening. So App Sensor has these predefined events, and you can use your own custom, and then that when application would trigger that, all this would go to central database, and then you can analyze them and have a real-time alerting and so on. So your application becomes self-aware, yeah? And your application now is able to detect when somebody is tampering with it, and even maybe before the real damage is done, so that you can stop these attacks before the damage is even done. Isn't that a cute capability? wouldn't our applications need to have similar capability? I think all applications should have that. All right. But then my very best friend developer continued. So detection is today. Tomorrow is contamination. Contamination of the breach. Well, let's be realistic. Everybody gets hacked eventually. This will happen to each and every application someday. But the question here is, when this happens, are you ready for that? What would you do if this would happen to you? Right. Again, simple wisdom. I see a beauty in simplicity. Simple wisdom. Know your assets. If you don't know what assets you own, so probably you wouldn't know what attacker took away when they broke in and started to steal your assets, yeah? So enumerate your assets and know what your data you own, what data you are managing, right? Don't put all eggs in one basket, yeah? When attacker breaches one basket, so all of your eggs would be broken. So disperse your data, yeah? Attackers breaching one location, so then it takes only part of your valuables. And there's a lot of talking now about compartmentalization, yeah? About using containers, yeah? Have you ever heard recently about the Docker? Everybody's using Docker? Yeah, I see a couple of hands. So again, let's build our applications and our infrastructures in a modular manner, yeah? Let's build it from a separate building blocks in that way that when something is wrong with one of these building blocks, they can be easily assembled and disassembled. So if attacker did manage to hack one of your building blocks, so then you would just remove that and put a new one in that place. And of course, you would need a lot of good automation with that, because you wouldn't be in time with manual processes. So automation is critical when we are reacting to the breach. Okay. So I think that's these were the main ideas I've managed to tell you in a very quick manner. Yeah. But to finalize this slide of decks, I'd like to say that there's a beauty in simplicity, and I believe in that. So keep that simplicity and make your applications simple and make your mechanisms as simple as possible. Simple and understandable. By reducing complexity, you're reducing unawareness. I guess that's the main takeaway from my slide of decks, from my deck of slides, yeah. But then I've started my story from an old Greek tale. Yeah? No, that's real story from the history. Yeah? That's real history. So does anybody know how that story ends? Who did lose? Who did win? Anybody knows the answer? Somewhere in the middle. Probably somewhere in the middle, yeah. So neither Philip of Macedonia nor his son Alexander the Great, who actually conquered the whole world known to Greeks at that time, and a bit of more, yeah. So neither Philip of Macedonia nor Alexander the Great attacked Sparta. They just didn't attempt. They just didn't take a risk to do that. Okay. Thanks a lot. And I would take. I have lots of time for questions and answers now, I believe. Yeah.
Sure. So, questions? Anyone?
Not really. I think that was too simple.
Okay. So I have one.
Okay.
As this session is later on will change more to mobile discussion and enterprise mobility and this, all the mobile phones coming into our enterprises are creating also requests for mobile apps, for hybrid apps, for web apps, what is working for mobile. Do you maybe give some highlights what our enterprises can think about when they are thinking to reproduce their own applications to work for mobile or to create the new ones for the mobile? What we need to take in mind?
Well, the mobile again is it's very similar to web applications actually. So from technical point of view, so of course I would be saying that APIs, having a proper APIs, and having proper controls on the APIs is critical. But then this probably has something to do again with on a wider picture. This has probably something to do with the use cases of these mobile applications, yeah. And it's pretty obvious that mobile devices and especially not everybody has modern iPhones, yeah. The vast majority of the people connected to the internet in some countries which don't have iPhones, say in Africa or Asia or whatever, they would be using simple devices with smaller screens, with slower processors, and they wouldn't support some technologies, yeah. But what impact does this have on the application itself? And I mean, they're using services, they're using Facebook, they're using lots of different stuff, yeah. And so these service providers, they need to adapt to that. And so what this limited functionality of their device, what impact it has on mobile application? It probably has lots of impacts, yeah, and probably these impacts are not so positive. So you need to think of that, of how to find the balance between, providing that functionality in a mobile device, which itself is different from, well, a bit different from desktop applications and from applications you would run in a large window in your browser on your computer, yeah. So that I think is the main challenge, to find the balance between usability and technological solutions so that security wouldn't suffer.
It's usability and security, basically, the balance.
Well, you know, usability and security, they're often... Yeah. I can tell you a couple of scary stories about how usability experts come into project and teach people, you know, some really scary stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? No. Okay. Those who are watching us on online stream, you could definitely write in the Twitter channel for DSS ITSEC. Ask questions there. We will pass it to our speakers, and later on we will try to answer them directly to you. Thank you. And let's move forward. As the next speaker, I will invite Teemu Väisänen. It's correct or not? You will maybe correct me when you will start to speak. Väisänen, yes. He is a researcher from NATO Cybersecurity Center in Tallinn. Also, huge experience on the shoulders in terms of research of IT security. He will share today very interesting things about how we could spy the mobile phones. Teemu, we could set up. Just plug in. I will copy you because we need then publish. Teemu, I will just the microphone. Here you go. I think it's on. No, it's off. Yeah, here you go. Here you go. No, from the other side. Yeah. Here we go.
You can.
Okay. Yeah, it should hold.
Very good.
Half an hour, the floor is yours.
All right. So the presentation name is How Would I Spy on Your Smartphone? And I will tell some examples about this topic. My name is Teemu Väisänen and I come from NATO CCD COA from Tallinn. Okay. So let's try this device. No. It wasn't on. Very good. First disclaimer, this presentation is product of NATO CCD COA, but it doesn't represent any opinions or policies and so on of NATO or actually either not NATO CCD COA. They are all my views or the views of the project team. Background of me. So my name is Teemu Väisänen and I am born in Sonkajärvi in Finland. If you know the competition of 5 carrying world championships, it's arranged in every summer in this small town in Finland. Then I have lived in Oulu, which is kind of one of the IT cities in Finland. And now I'm living in Tallinn. I came there summer 2014. I'm a PhD student at the University of Oulu, and I have been working in NATO CCD and Finnish Defence Forces since July 2014, and for VTT Technical Research Center of Finland since 2005. I can say that I'm a researcher and also some kind of security job man. So if anyone has any questions related to security, I might be able to answer. And I have been also voluntary in some project in Finland. About NATO CCD COA, our mission is to enhance NATO's cyber defense capability, cooperation and information sharing. And we do this via research and development, consultation, education and training. We have a lot of courses and this kind of exercises like locket seals and things like this. And we have 3 different areas: law and policy, technology and strategy. Here are the member countries of the center. Contributing participants, there is Finland and Austria. For example, Sweden is going to maybe join in the near future. And the same information in the map. The structure. I am working in technology branch. We have also 3 different branches, and all of these are cooperating with each other very closely. About the program or how do we work? So NATO ACT is requesting different things like research projects and giving ideas what to research, and also the nations who are members, they also request different projects. We then select the ones what are suitable, and there is a program of work every year, and the steering committee then approves it, and the budget is selected for that. And the project that I'm going to tell, it was a request from Latvia. Flagship projects, we have locket shields, which is a technical exercise arranged every year. This year there was maybe a bit more over than 400 people participating that. It's a blue team versus red team exercise where we try to teach blue teams how to defend different kind of systems. How many of you have been somehow participating to this exercise? Okay, at least one. Then we have a SciCon conference. It's also every year in Tallinn. What about that one? Does anyone know this conference? Okay, some. So it's a somehow similar conference to this one, but it lasts 3 days, and there is maybe maybe a bit more different topics, of course. And then the third main product, Tunnel Manual, which is a legal book. And if I understand correctly, it's the most sold cyber-related legal book. In a nutshell, it's a NATO-oriented, multinational and interdisciplinary. So background of this study. It was made last year. There are 6 authors and few helpers. And it was published in the beginning of this year. And it's in our webpage. Anyone can go there and read it. So the request was that there are high-level officials and decision makers who have to handle mobile devices and also handle sensitive information in these devices. But they don't always follow the security policies, and that causes several risks. And the purpose of the study was to find mitigation mechanisms for the risks resulting from the usage of such systems without obeying security policies. The methodology. First, we identified the actors, assets, and scenarios. We discovered the most important risks. We did risk analysis. After that, we started doing state-of-the-art, going through all the guidelines we found and research papers, and also existing tools like mobile device management and enterprise management tools. Then we compared how these mitigation mechanisms can prevent the risks, and also presented our own countermeasures and recommendations. Actors in this study, they are high-level officials and decision makers. But on the other hand, these mitigation mechanisms might be, in the near future, be part of any common mobile devices. Assets to be protected. Sensitive data, of course, like calls, messages, documents, IPR, innovations, privacy, locations, where you are going, who are your contacts, and how do you behave. All the passwords, usernames, and so on, transactions, reputation, who are your customers, and so on. All the sensors of the devices, microphone, camera, GPS. And here are the 2 most important threat sources: state actors and professional criminals. In addition to these, there are, of course, terrorists, cyber vandals, script kiddies, activists, internal actions, actors, and so on, as also cyber researchers. But the most important ones are the state actors and professional criminals. Here are some guidelines we went through. So our proposals are not the only ones. There are already huge amount of information how to make smartphones secure. Few challenges. One is, of course, upgrading of the devices. Basically, we can see that Android is at the moment the most sold device, but the problem with it is that it already has a huge amount of versions, and many of them are not updated anymore. So if you have some old Android device, you won't get the update forever, basically, for that one. So are there any secure, and yeah, of course, it doesn't relate only to Android, but other operating systems also. So are there any secure smartphones? There are several, like Black Phone and Electrobits or Bitium's phones, and we have seen plenty of this kind of models that claim that they are secure, and they really have been well pen tested, but we wouldn't say that they are unhackable. They have plenty of hardening mechanisms. Some of them use only open source hardware or software. They have host-based firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and so on. But always when you add some new stuff to the device, they also add new vulnerabilities. But it's not only about the device itself. So even if you make your device secure, they are using different systems and services, and the attacks can come from there. So what has been missing? There is a lack of very good mobile antivirus tools and rootkit detection tools. As also how to enforce security policies. These are pretty much at the research level at the moment. Authentication without passwords. There have been fingerprint scanners and so on, but those can be exploited and so on. But in the research world, there is a lot of very interesting ideas how to use multi-factor and adaptive and context-based authentication. So how you are, for example, walking or so on, the device can really detect from your behavior who you are and so on. The fourth bullet, world without certificate authority-based PKI, so public key infrastructure. So as we know, there is like thousands of CAs who can sign these certificates, and it just doesn't work for my opinion. There should be some other options like keyless signatures or DNS chain or some other options. And what could be added? We could protect sensitive data based on the context. So for example, based on location. So if you are not in the secure environment, you couldn't access some sensitive data from your mobile phone. Why don't we use movement sensors to generate alarms? So if I leave my phone to the table, for example, and someone takes it, why don't we raise some alarms for that? We could use secure routing, Tor networks, for example, private antennas. So if I access my company from here, for example, using public Wi-Fi's, usually the policy is that you shouldn't access anything from the public Wi-Fi's, but it would be possible to route the traffic, for example, from some of the trusted devices. As also, if we are talking about GSM or 3G networks, there are these cases where we have the base stations that can be used to spy on you. So in that cases, we could also route the information via several devices without using the untrusted base stations. Also fake passwords. So if someone gets your phone or device and enforces you to give the password. So if someone is holding a gun in my head and makes me to set up the password, I could use some fake password, and after that the attacker would see everything in the phone, but actually the information wouldn't be correct. So in this case, do you know these home alarm systems where you have an opportunity to put like fake password? So if there is a thief coming inside your house, you can actually insert the fake password and it raises the alarm, but the alarm system still goes off for the thief. So the guards can come and so on. Also, we could swap the devices and wipe also. So in some cases, in really important situations, I could just give my device to the IT support and they would wipe it and I would get new device for that day. Also moving target defense systems. So the attacker couldn't actually use the device or get the real information from that one. And the last bullet, oh no, not last bullet, but second last bullet, so we could buy pen testers and red team members to attack against your devices and make them secure using that way. And of course, training. So, to the topic at last. How would I spy on your smartphone? Maybe the easiest approach just to get the lock pattern. I could go behind you and see it. I could use some smart attack, so I would be able to get the pattern from the screen. Or there are like tens of different ways how to get the pattern. After that, I would either steal or borrow. I would follow you as long as you leave the device somewhere at your home or office or wherever, and just log in. Install a spying app. There are lots of them in any marketplace, basically. And if you install them from the marketplaces, they are not malware, but they are like just applications. The next approach, I would get some information where you are traveling, where you are staying, and how long. I would gather information about suitable Wi-Fi access points. I could follow you previously and get the information where you are usually connecting. What are your home Wi-Fi access point names and work access point names? I would create a rogue Wi-Fi access point, use social engineering. How many of you, for example, connected to some of the open Wi-Fis today? Okay, so you don't even need social engineering to make you to connect to some access points. And after that, if you be able to install some, well, basically anything to the device, you will get in and profit. This is one example. It was presented this year. So if you buy a device from some company that is from some country. So at the moment they might have friendly relations, but in the future the seller could actually update some of the software or operating system from the device, and using that approach just to make the device look that it doesn't work or so on. Maybe the scenario is not so useful, but it could be also used by any people basically to make the device not to work, and so you would get a new device from the seller. You might have heard about Xcode, Ghost, and WireLogger, as also Spectre. So in these cases, there was malicious libraries basically that the developers used, and because of that, the malware came eventually to the software or applications, and the phone didn't have to be even jailbroken. Let's skip these. So next example, I would discover the phone model. For example, making you to visit some web pages.
How would you do that?
To make you visit some web pages.
How would you make me visit some web page?
I could send you some email, for example. It was nice to meet today, and here is my, well, social engineering, basically. If the fear phishing email is, for example, interesting enough, most likely you would visit it. No?
Like, I don't know, any IT security person would not read some strange email, especially for computer.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to add, when you will receive the email, thank you for the conference participation. Don't be afraid to click on the link to download the presentations or see the video.
I've copied all the links that I need.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, in that case, I would maybe follow you and try to see what the phone you are using. And what applications you might have. I would try to discover what interface you use. Do you have Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, or are you just using LTE or other communication ways? I would buy some 0 days or use suitable exploits and attack via these. I could, if you are using any social media sites or so on, I could first go to your friends or contacts and maybe come from that way. Or the last one, I would indirectly force you to use certain devices or operating systems or software, some protocols and services. If you have enough resources, you can do this, like we know. So open questions. Only public references were used, so we don't know what is the reality at the moment. We didn't concentrate on insider threats. They are not likely when we are talking about high-level officials and decision makers, but of course they are possible. There are cases where there have been insiders also in that level. Some of the hardening mechanisms will make the digital forensic more difficult. And it also relates to this insider threat, so if the official is doing something malicious, it might be more difficult to find that out. And also when we add all these mobile device management or EMMs or other ways to secure the device, we always create risks by giving the same interface to the adversaries. All right. I think I'm on time.
Yeah, you absolutely are.
Very good.
Yeah. Questions? Yeah,
Yes.
sure, please.
Could you name some example for fake passwords to your phone or previous slides for phone, for example, for Android or for Apple, to make Bill's profile to hide the data?
Can you repeat?
I understand that there is some third-party tool needed to have a fake password for phone, yeah? If you give your phone to attacker, yeah? Could you give some example? Is there some trusted open source software for?
To get the passwords.
No.
I think he's talking about the fake password which you told about this
Yes.
alarm when
yeah.
it's coming on, then you could type.
I don't know any tools yet. So that was one of our idea that we should add to the devices opportunity to use fake passwords.
Is there some free tools also available, like on open source?
I don't know. So that was our idea.
This
To
is
add.
this is a business idea for you. So
Business
basically-
idea.
More questions? Yeah, please.
You mentioned antivirus for Android. Do your research show that it is necessary to everyday use or only very specifically some highly official?
In this research, we found out that there is huge problem with antivirus products because they just use too much resources and they don't even give the safety enough. So it's very easy to bypass them. Just modify a little bit the malware and the product doesn't find it out.
Maybe you have some top 3 of those antivirus that you can use.
Sorry, no.
Top 3 of those antivirus.
I don't have, no. Sorry.
Not even one?
This is classified information. Okay, I have actually one question. Which type of phone you are using?
I'm using Nokia
Okay.
Lumia.
Okay. So this is more secure than those what you currently.
I don't know. Maybe it's not so. Maybe no one wants to attack this because these are not used so much.
Okay. And one more maybe question. Maybe.
But
you could-
as you can see, I use like a tape here.
yeah.
I don't want.
This is first level of security. Yeah. One more question, and very short. What do you think about the sandboxing and containerization of information for data security? No, if we use some kind of tools for that.
Yes, it's actually one of the good ideas. So there were phone models already a few years ago that used virtualization and sandboxing. But back then the problem was that it took just too much resources and the battery died very fast. But today it's coming back, and we are gonna see phone models where virtualization and sandboxing is used very soon, or even if the first ones might already be in the market.
Okay.
Well, actually, Android already uses in its architecture.
Yeah, but we are talking like a different kind of virtualization. So, like really putting a totally new virtual machine inside.
But it's actually putting a new virtual machine inside every time it starts a new process.
Yes, but it's like different type of. Yeah.
Timo, I think you will be all day here somewhere. So
Yes.
basically, if you have more questions to get more detailed answers, please do that. I want to thank you for the presentation. My team reminded me that I need to give a thank you gift from us. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Is Aurelius still here in somewhere? No? Then I will give him to a bit later on. Okay, as the next speaker, I want to invite Leszek Twardowski. very good friend of mine, my previous colleague. We have spent a lot of years together developing IT security markets in Europe. Leszek today will talk more about what actually each CIO should know when we talk about enterprise mobility management. So what we need to keep in mind and basically I think how we need to do that correct way. So let me start the presentation for you.
Will it be more technical or more
Well, I think that would be like more high level here, but I will also all day here, so we can also offline get more discussion. Also on technical level, I can show you how we do some things, and yeah.
I think this will be yours. Yes, yes.
And do I need this? Actually, I hope you can hear me well, right?
This is the online stream. Yeah, sure. This is for online guys. So half an hour. The floor is yours.
All right. Okay. Perfect. So thank you, Arturs, very much for the introduction. It's hello to everyone who is watching online, and also to everyone who is here. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. And actually, it's my second time in Riga, and if you would ask me, do I remember my first time in Riga, I would tell you, yes, I do remember my first time in Riga, because when I was flying here for the first time, I wasn't able to land because it was too much fog in Riga, so I had to use the hospitality of your neighbors and land it somewhere else and then come back here. So I really remember the first time in Riga. But actually, today I'm here to speak about, well, what every CIO should know about the EMM. And does anyone here knows what EMM stands for? Wow, great, at least one person, Enterprise Mobility Management. And one of my goals here is to just to make that clear for you what it is and what we should know about it. And my name is Leszek Twardowski, anyways, and I'm working as a senior system engineer for Mobile Iron. And actually just, okay, how is it working? Should it work? Okay, I don't know. Okay, I wanted to start with a question. Is there anyone here who does not have smartphone or any mobile device? Okay, good. This one, okay, perfect. So everybody has at least one device, right? Cool. Okay, so is there anyone here then, the second question would be, do you use your devices, smartphone, mobile device, whatever you have for anything related to your job? Emails? Can you please raise your hand? Oh, okay. To be honest, I was a little bit of expecting this, and the reason why I actually come to this is, that should be this way, I'm sorry. We are living today in the so-called mobile era. The more and more mobile devices are available, we are using them. And well, looking at this slide, we could see that we had different milestones, different eras. Right now, we have a so-called mobile era, so we are using those devices. And additional fact is, and this is really the fact, the mobile is here to stay in the enterprise. And you just confirmed that to me, right? Saying that you are using the smartphone mobile device for work-related things. And this is just some number which may be already not that much accurate, but the idea is here. So many mobile devices are available, and the more and more of them are coming into the enterprise via the users, right? And also, the second thing, really important, we have tons of applications, both in the Apple stores, Google Play stores. And what is interesting is that the users are starting to use the application also for work, not only for the private usage. And we have a challenge to get, okay, I have the private application, how to cook great eggs in the morning, which is completely my own private thing, which maybe no one else would like to use, but I might also have some job-related application which are important for me. And then we also are coming into the, and this is happening also more and more, that we see users using the mobile devices, accessing the mobile content, company content documents, uploading them to the Dropboxes, boxes, or the other boxes, as I say, right? So this is really the fact. And I just wanted to mention this, and also what I want to mention is actually what are the requirements from the users right now, and historically how we get into the EMM and what does it mean, EMM. So it all has started with devices, right? So we have some devices. You could see 3 main operating systems available right now. So iOS, Android, and Windows Phone. As you might know, it has really evolved. It was the Symbian, all those other stuff before. And all it was about is, okay, I would like to manage those devices, so have them in one console. I would like to maybe automatically configure some profiles to those devices. And in case I need that, it also something Timo mentioned, okay, maybe I would like to wipe those devices in case something happened to the device. So it was all about mobile device management. That's, and to be honest, in this region here, the Eastern Europe, Central Europe, when actually I'm working with, that's still the main requirement for the users. If into the enterprise, they are more and more coming asking, okay, we need that kind of the solution which will help us to manage the devices in the enterprise, but that's the basic the requirement. But this is not enough anymore, and we see more and more customers coming into the other direction. And setting up the stage for EMM. The second orange area here you could see, that's the applications. I mentioned already private application, business applications on the same devices, on the same device for the user. And actually this brings us to this very popular so-called containerization. When we want to separate business data and the private data on the same device, and how do we do this? Okay, via so-called containerization. This might be different approaches here, different containerization, and different EMM vendors are doing this maybe a little bit different. But generally, this is about separating applications from the private ones and the business ones, and actually also securely distributing the application. And following in that, the green area here, also very tightly connected to that, is the content. So we are talking about mobile application, MAM, management, and also MCM, mobile content management. When we have our users having access via business application to some documents, like via SharePoint, CIFS, whatever resources you might want to give them, I download the content to my device. I want to have that content secure on the device, but I also want to make sure that, for example, I cannot copy-paste that content outside of my container, right? So all this about, and is also together with the secure access, right? So I want to make sure that access to my company resources is only for the secure devices, for the users I trust. I give access based, conditional access based on the where does he belong in AD, for example, who he is. And this all together, what you see on this slide, this is enterprise mobility management. So, because many times it's so confusing, so if we are talking about MDM, that's just the blue one. But if we are talking about enterprise mobility management, that's the 3 of those blocks, right? Okay, so I hope this is clear. And that going further to the topic of the presentation, what we should know about enterprise mobility management. The team already mentioned, but also we are talking here that the mobility has actually introduced new operating system architecture and application model. We already mentioned sandboxing here. Application sandboxing, also the OS kernel security. It's not open files anymore. It's now not open OS kernel. But because it is a little bit of still fresh, it's coming into the enterprise, there are still lots of confusion also on the CIO, CICO's level about this mobile architecture. And so let's have a look shortly how this has changed actually. Yes, we remember our traditional model, right? So the open file system, open OS kernel, vulnerable for modification from the other applications. This was already out for some time. And then we had year 2007. And why this year is important? For me, first, because my first son was born. But just second is because 2007 was the year when Apple has introduced the iOS and iPhone, I'm sorry. And that all has begun, all this mobility thing actually has begun then. And what was actually good for Apple that they were able to write this from the scratch. Looking at what was already there, so what has changed? The main differences is the change from the open file system to the application sandboxing. So every application is using isolated memory, isolated storage, right? Then we also have a change from unprotected to the protected OS kernel and untrusted to trusted management primitives. What I mean by this is we have these management APIs, which are the ways how to actually deal with the things on OS kernel, like the application installation, the installation, connectivity, configuration, etc. But these APIs are only available for the trusted EMM providers. So not everything, every file, everything can get into that, right? So that's the change of this operating system architecture. And also, as you might know already, Windows 10 is going this direction. So a colleague mentioned here already Android, iOS, and Windows 10. Actually, this is the way, this is this shift from the architecture point of view. Then also we have this security thing. So the traditional security, old time, we all know all this, right? I think you all have been through that. And so to protect this, we had to upload those many of different agents, antivirus, encryption, etc., etc. And it was not that easy. It was expensive. And okay, I think you know better than me with the EMM. And I think that's the first takeaway. What we should know about EMM. EMM as central security hub. So this has changed. So EMM, Enterprise Mobility Management, is the central security hub here, which from one side can be a single point of trust for the device, and also at the other side can authenticate the user device and the access, grant access to the proper resources. So we don't need all those many agents on the device anymore. We deal with the business application, if you wish. So those who are important for us, which are staying in the additionally encrypted area on the device, this popular container, right? So we have additional security layer, additional authentication, additional encryption, and we can manage that. So Enterprise Mobility Management is the gatekeeper for the enterprise data. That's also the change of from the security perspective. And with that, we are actually coming into the modern computing. This is really the changing. And with the modern computing, we have devices are personal. This is happening more and more. Networks are open, data is stored in the cloud, it happens, and IT does not own assets anymore. It's not 100% that we are owning the devices like we had our domain joint machines via GPOs, managed, etc., etc. So what do we need with that is we would need to establish so-called managed trust. And what is this? The managed trust. Please remember this triangle, it's nice, right? Only trusted users on trusted devices with trusted applications over trusted sessions can access enterprise data. So that is managed trust. What do we mean by this? So this is really managed because, well, this is dynamic. The trust is identity, so that could be user, myself, but also together with the posture of my device. So I can have access to whatever resource, but in the minute when my posture, so my device goes out of compliance, for example, I have installed not allowed application, my posture is bad, my trust is broken, I don't have access anymore. And EMM is the way to allow you to establish this managed trust. And this then happens automatically, right? So managed trust, remember those three areas we have. And also here, I would like to touch briefly on the mind of the mobile hacker. Okay, we have already talked about how it is changing from the perspective what we had, what we are going into, but the mobile hackers also are not sleeping. They know that the mobile is different. They know that the new generation operating system are sandboxes, the network edges has blurred, and also they know that the user are low-hanging fruits, right? So if there are new threats coming in, and Timo mentioned already a couple of them, I want to also indicate them here again. So there are a couple of ways hackers are trying to get into the mobile devices, and one of the most still often is they are looking into device. They would like to jailbroken it. And very shortly, okay, if because of this sandboxing application, if I am able to jailbroke iPhone, then pretty much I'm getting into the same level of security like on the traditional Windows. So I go away of this application sandboxing so I can actually try to do some more stuff. Countermeasure, we have to detect those jailbroken devices and mitigate of them. So that's from the perspective of the devices. Then hackers also looking into the application. There's no more file infection because the file, there's no open file system anymore in mobile devices. So they are trying to get into with the bad application or the, well, good application but behaving so-called risky applications. And good example here could be this Xcode ghost. I will mention that also a little bit later. So applications are the ways how something bad can get into our devices. And to countermeasure that, reputation analysis and mitigation, there are dedicated new partners, vendors like FireEye, Authority, taking care about this, right? And we are also, as a EMM provider, vendor, working closely with them to try to address those risks as well. And then we have this third triangle. So they are also looking into the network, trying to, because this is very typical, right? I'm sitting with my mobile device in the coffee shop. I'm using the public network and trying to get into my corporate network. And if they try to get the man-in-the-middle attack, it's maybe for someone would be really easy. So what we can do here is to try to establish the session trust using the certificates. And with the EMM, like Mobile Iron, I'm talking with, we can establish this pair-up VPN using the certificate authentication, that only for the particular application on device, I'm establishing dedicated tunnel to the specific resource on the corporate side. But here, just to mention also on the networking side, this is important and this could be attacked. So managed trust network, I need that, I need EMM for that. And what do? Device trust I can establish by the jailbreak root detection, encryption enforcement, passcode. So these things which I can set in the policies in the EMM provider, and we can try to get this on the device. Then also establishing application trust, secure distribution of application, containerized data store. So even if someone would get my password to the device, then I can have additional layer of security to authorize to the container application in the container. But also, if I don't have that, the data is encrypted and below. So it's definitely much harder to get into the data. And I could also automatically wipe the device in case of it's lost or stolen, right? So reputation analysis together with the partners we are working, like FireEye, Authority, where they are actually really taking care of and checking the different application. And local DLP controls as well. So copy-paste, open-in stuff which is implemented, for example, in the operating system like iOS. And then we have this third thing, session trust. So we are using secure gateway. We have the dedicated secure gateway, and which is using certificate-based authentication, establishing per-app VPN tunnel for one particular application to particular resource. So having that tunnel, it is only for one app to one resource. So even if I have another application, maybe bad application on that device, it does not have access to that tunnel. It does not have access to my company resource. So that's the way that this security definitely goes better. And of course, the conditional access. I belong to IT group in the AD. I might have something access to something different. I belong to the sales, also something different. But if something happens with my device, I lose access at all until my device is going back to the compliance. So this here is actually having this managed trust we are able to protect the choice. And this is the value the EMM providers can give you and the way we are going. Dear user, you have a choice. You can choose the device what you want, and we can give you maybe different access to different things, which previously maybe was not available. Very shortly, things which Timo already mentioned, you might know. That's actually the summer, the 2015, the summer of the mobile breaches. And you know, this is also a kind of the confirmation the mobile is in the enterprise, and the more and more focus of the hackers are on the mobile devices, mobile applications. And what I want to mention here is, for example, that the Xcode Ghost, this is actually really interesting because this exploit was only in the Xcode Ghost SDK from Apple, used for developing iOS application. If some developers has downloaded it from the not official Apple place, which they can do, that was infected, and they were not aware of it, so they were actually unintentionally hiding malware building their application. And then when they uploaded to the App Store, it went through because, well, Xcode Ghost, and that happens. So it was some of the applications were affected, and we have a report from our partner, FireEye. They have identified over 4,000 applications in the Apple Store which were affected by this. And of course, Apple together with FireEye were removing those applications. But for us, or for you as a customer, having EMM, we were able to, because there was a list of those affected applications, we could identify them via EMM in your environment, on your mobile devices, and you could quarantine devices, you could remove the application, as just an example. Another example, for example, Keyrider malware, we're searching just for the jailbroken iOS devices, but has stolen over 200,000 iTunes accounts with all the information. So checking for the jailbroken devices, and we have really sophisticated things. How do we actually check if the device is jailbroken or not? Checking this one, quarantine device, and you actually are mitigating these risks. And the last but not least here, this one, the eSpectre, the example here is that, for example, this affects all iOS devices with the OS lower than 8.4. Yeah, so if you could set also the policy that's saying all devices with the OS system lower than 8.4 should be quarantined or do not have access to the data. Yeah.
If there's a known vulnerability in Android and the update is not to come until like a year later,
Yep.
it will be quarantined for a year?
Well, the problem here, this is really actually actual problem which we are facing right now with the stage fright, that the operators, the ISPs are really providing the updates really slowly. And then with that, if we don't have update, there is a list of devices which already received the update, so we can try to make sure that these devices are updated. But with that together, what we do is we are recommending the users, actually educating the users together, because this stuff is, you might know, is via this media library sync, so that you could get the MMS text, and if you are using Hangouts or Messenger, usually by default they are set automatically download the stuff from the internet. So the mitigation here would be, recommend your user to disable this auto download from the if you are using Hangouts or the other applications. But if until, of course, we do not have the update from the vendor, the problem is there, and in theory it could affect almost every Android device which is higher than 2.2, right? But maybe it will not if the users, and this is also kind of the thing we cannot sometimes 100%, because we as a EMM also depend on the operating system, and this is something we cannot do. Okay, so one more thing, EMM has become also the security hub for data protection and incident response. And last but not least, in terms of EMM, what we should know, or you should know as CIOs or the others guys. This is the quote from Gartner. by 2020, smartphone security and management architecture, so EMM, will dominate the endpoint computing. And the great example is the Windows 10. The Windows 10 as a catalyst to rethink of it. And why is that? Because with Windows 10, the different operating systems available for Windows PCs, for tablets, for phones, are converging into one unified platform being managed via EMM provider. And this is actually where we are going. And so therefore, there is really important, and more customers are starting to ask, okay, guys, what we can do, what you can do already with to help us to manage the PCs. So this topic is really hot, and this is also important to know. We are going away from the traditional managing via GPOs, domain joined, etc. Also with Windows devices. Okay, short recap. What to know about EMM? First, EMM has become the security hub for data protection and incident response. We are putting EMM between devices and the company resources, making sure that, okay, we enable, we monitor, but also we then give or grant access. EMM allows to establish managed trust. Remember that triangle I told you? Only trusted user, untrusted devices with trusted applications over trusted sessions can get into the enterprise data. Without EMM, data will always be at increased risk of breach. Remember exploit we have just described. Many of the mobile devices right now in the enterprise is just being managed via ActiveSync to get email. And ActiveSync has really basic things like, okay, you can wipe device with ActiveSync, but this is not EMM, so this will not protect you from the things we have just talked about, right? And the last, again, not least, is EMM will become leading management platform for modern end-user computing. This is where we're actually heading. And okay, it definitely will come in to our region a little bit later, but this is definitely coming. Do I have 3 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, great. Okay, so with that, I just want to wrap up my session here with just thinking of the requirements for information security and business enablement for both actually cloud and traditional data centers, right? So what do we need to put this information security in place? So being a CIO, it's important for me, right? So first thing is enablement. Of course, I have to provision and configure the connection of my devices to the business services, right? And with the mobile devices, we are doing this via applications. So depending on who you are, you can have dedicated application. And we have a customer, for example, who has 300 dedicated in-house application doing some specific things only related to their business. There are lots of customers who doesn't have any yet, but it will maybe come. Second thing, the security. So what do we need here is the protection of data at rest on the endpoint. We mentioned that, okay? I download the company file on the device, and even if I'm offline, it's staying in that the secure area, additionally encrypted, additionally secured. Protection of data in motion. So I mentioned that we are using the secure access, establishing dedicated per app VPN for specific application to specific resource. And we have customers require that they have dedicated application, which is on the devices. The people are running all around with those devices, connecting via different, for example, hotspot. But when they are opening this application, no matter where they are, it goes through our secure sentry. Said device has to authenticate via certificate. User has to be okay, so the posture has to be okay. And if everything is okay, and this happens automatically on the real time, the check-in, the sentry will establish the connection for that particular application to the specific resource. And in that customer case, that is the web service on their side when the application is talking to. And the data at rest on the device are encrypted. And of course, authentication, conditional access to the backend business service. This is really important. This really depends. It is dynamic, belongs to maybe the group where you are sitting. It can really change. One day you have access to everything because your device was okay. You came home, your kid installed Angry Birds, which is against our company policy. Next day you come to the job and you cannot access your email or whatever. What is the reason? Angry Birds on your device. You uninstalled Angry Birds as an application, your device is back in compliance, you have access. That's how it works, and it works automatically, right? And then actually still having that all in place, we need to be sure that we are monitoring the device and being sure that everything is okay. And for that, you need EMM, Enterprise Mobility System. And as I represent Mobile Iron, I can tell, okay, Mobile Iron is the security and application hub for also modern and user computing, which can actually help you to address these things. So enterprise mobility management to secure enterprise information wherever it lives, across application, across networks, across clouds. And here, just one more thing, information. We already have a solution that, for example, allows us, if I am the user, I have downloaded the SharePoint file, company file, to my device via the allowed application, and I wanted to upload this to the personal Dropbox. My admin can allow for that, but if I do this, the file will be encrypted. So then if you go to the native Dropbox application on the device, you will not be able to open that file because it's encrypted. Just an example that we are already touching the problem with the cloud. Okay, and just for those who, this is the same I've already shown, but if you are interested in how our in very high level architecture look like, it's like this. It's really, really simple, but just to that's my last slide here. So we have a device here with the red carpet or orange carpet, which is our, let's say, containerization. We take care about the data here. We can wipe it, delete it. On the left side, we have a user and whatever we want to provide this user, right? So depending what we want, our core and Sentry and enterprise resources. As I said, because I think we have run out of time, I am here all day. Come to me, I'm happy to try to answer more questions, maybe show you also something on the device. And thank you really much. I think that
we are kind of making the crowd angry because the lunch is already kind of served. Anyway, very fastly. Is there some questions?
Is there just an app that you install on the phone and it provides EMM?
Yeah, we have there's strictly with that you have to have the mobile the EMM client on the device, which actually enforces policy, which monitors device and give back. Well, it is actually the admin. The application, the client itself is also has the administrative right for the device. When you're installing it, it has to have.
Any more? Yeah, sure.
So is it fair to say that basically this extends your perimeter to mobile device? So the perimeter defenses are not now, but you could provide a defense of your mobile devices. So we are moving back to perimeter defense idea.
And your question is it, well, we actually with EMM, we actually extend all this to all the mobile devices which are coming, because that's the fact. The people they want to use it. It's not anymore like, okay, I only have my PC and I only have access to that. So, and to extend that access to the perimeter, but from the mobile devices, right? You need such solution like EMM to be able to do this. Because even if you stay with the perimeter like the data center, even if we don't talk about cloud, like, okay, I don't have cloud, no Office 365, nothing else, which is here really the true, because in Europe we have like 99.9 all installation is all about on-premise. We want to have it at our premises, we know it, we secure it. But, well, cloud is coming anyways, and Office 365, kind of one of the example. But so I would say you can still have your enterprise data in your perimeter, but to extend the security for the mobile devices, still giving them access to this, you need EMM, because they are not domain joined. You are not able to manage them via GPOs and all this security which applies to the PCs. I don't know if I hope this answers also the question.
So I will maybe add one question. So today also in Timo's presentation was mentioned from the crowd that what about antivirus? So what about mobile antivirus? Because the malware is growing all the time. We see that with charts that I don't know 40, 100% growth of Android malware and so on. As far as I know, and as far as my experience is that the antivirus is not maybe the best solutions to secure the device from the malwares and from that point, because it's not well developed yet for the mobile. Or I'm wrong?
I can answer. My answer will be, I would say, more from the experience, what we have seen at the customer as well. So some time ago, when we were talking about Android, and in our region, most of installation are Android devices, there was always a question, okay, do you have antivirus on for Android devices? And well, the answer is there are lots of them. Lookout and all those security guys, they have the app available for the mobile devices. But the truth is, what Timo also, mentioned here is, they are really using lots of performances of the devices. They do not really do the job you would wish them to do. And the answer for that is from the moment we have the containerization approach, so we are establishing this container stuff, additionally encrypting data within the container, separating business application from the private, the less and less we hear about, okay, the antivirus itself. Even though we had a customer who were testing antivirus different application for, I don't know, 3 months. I think they have chosen, F5 or not the F5, but the F-Secure, But after some time, they just said, okay, it doesn't work anymore. So the more thing is use the containerization together with maybe the integration with the reputation partners like FireEye, Authority, and to be honest, the antivirus application, a question that was always about Android devices. There was never ever questions about antivirus for iOS or for Windows.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's a small gift from us to you.
Thanks.
Okay. So everyone to the lunch. Lunch is served in a Cleaver Cellar restaurant, first floor. We will be waiting you back on 1 o'clock. We will have more presentations about Latvian developed application vulnerabilities, about cybersecurity, and so on and so on. Please come back on 1 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to our third session split, we could say. Right now we will talk again about security. I think the same topic, what we will talk all day. I'm inviting Antti Roponen, who is working in Heisentura in Nordics, as a security expert. Also 10 years behind the shoulders in different IT security analyze stuffs and projects. Yeah, half an hour. The floor is yours. Amaze us.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, nice meeting you, everyone. So I'm from Accenture. Who knows Accenture? Good. That's actually a good one. I thought that it might be a little less than but that's a good starter. So. Down. Okay, good. Thank you. So Antti Roponen is the name. I'm the Nordic cyber defense domain lead. So I'm responsible for the cyber domain in the Nordics and the deliveries and business around our Nordic clients. Been with Accenture for most of the decade, doing a lot of stuff for different kind of big Nordic organizations, and also for our clients. The cyber defense is kind of marketing term, but I'll kind of go it through. So I don't know how well do you know the security practice we have in the Nordics or within the Accenture. Probably not as well as the Accenture overall. But we do have a security practice. I don't want to go into too deep about it. The graphics are great. The highlights of the Nordics and Latvia is kind of focusing. But there should be a part of the Europe as well. But yeah, so the Nordic cyber security practice or security practice in general is around 140 plus people. We have folks in Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and in Latvia. Latvia is a part of Finnish in some business terms. Globally, we have around 3,000 plus security experts, and around 500 of them are from our global delivery centers across the globe. We do security from kind of end-to-end focus. We do kind of strategic business focus as an architect kind of stuff, consulting mainly. We have a really strong digital identity practice. We have digital identity folks in Latvia as well, in Riga. The cyber defense, which is a marketing term, I like to highlight that. like everyone using the cyber term, managed security services, and we have a lot of focus on emerging technology security, like IoT security, using GPU for threat intel, etc. So we have a lot of stuff going on. We have our own R&D in Virginia, in US. So that's about it. Where should I point this out? Nothing's happening. Did I?
No, just kidding.
Okay, so the topic of today is about transforming cybersecurity. How do you transform cybersecurity? That's probably not an easy answer, but if we focus on how to transform how an organization should work on or operate on cybersecurity, how to transform the resilience and the capabilities around cybersecurity, then we're on the track here. So I will be speaking about a few words and the approaches that we have taken when we transform the cybersecurity or cybersecurity operating model for an organization. As a background, I don't want to go that deep into the kind of background because I know probably every single presentation here has talked about the cybersecurity challenge. The keynote has been speaking about what's happening around the globe. But to highlight four kind of items and the kind of initiatives behind when an organization is trying to move the cybersecurity within the organization and kind of motivation for the organization. First, scaling defense within an organization is usually a struggle. You're not working in an organization behind your own walls anymore. There's a lot of extended enterprise services going on. There's a lot of traffic going on, a lot of more data currently that needs to be handled, and the defenses and the resilience that has been working recently or the past years not working anymore. So we need something else. Compliance is not enough. Some organizations typically take the compliance approach, but recently the trend has been that risk is more focused, especially around financial sector, telcos, technology sector. A reactive security incident management is overwhelming, as you know, just too much event, too many incidents and offenses that are raising, and you'll be blind to it. And also the downstream or the upstream supply chain that you need to manage. You're not working anymore only within the organization. The kind of the web of your supply chain is coming pretty big. So when an organization has a situation that they have discovered that they need to do something about their resilience, they need to do something about the cybersecurity defense within the organization to meet the demand. There needs to be a certain strict approach that's taking into account when considering how to drive through the journey, how to initiate the journey, how to get the sponsorship for the journey. And I would like to break it down to kind of three areas, three pillars, if you say. First of them being focusing on what matters the most, basically about the operational capabilities and operative model of cybersecurity and cyber defense within an organization. Second, reducing the frequency and the impact of threats. This is kind of technological approach, technological way of approaching the transformation. And the second is about business value, demonstrating measurable business value. And this is as it is about business and getting a sponsorship from upwards, top down, to a cybersecurity transformation program. This is probably one of the most important ones. Because usually when we talk about CIOs or CISOs, they really struggle on how to make the business value, how to show that, okay, we have these threats, we have this, our capabilities are crap, something needs to be done, new technology needs to be, how to make the business case for the leadership, because they don't really understand the threats or the risks or the technical stuff. There needs to be something that has a structure there. But let's start off with the first one, if this one works. Okay, now I got it. I'll just drop the clicker. So focusing what matters the most is about finding the right path, finding the right capabilities, the technology, processing, and people on and for the organization. We use this kind of approach quite often to kind of align the security capabilities, the cybersecurity capabilities of an organization to a business alignment, the business value that it provides. And it's kind of four big boxes there that separate them, and you could easily position your own way of doing into four of these. And the point here is that finding a right path, finding a right journey, and the running the journey is about constant assessment. You need to assess where you're at, and you need to assess based and towards the business alignment, combining the capabilities, business alignment together. Whether you're at unstructured states where you lack some capabilities and you have limited sponsorship there, or you're fragmented, you have redundant processes, redundant capabilities, you have 2 log management system, 2 IPSs, 3 identity platforms, you have different teams for security incident management, threat intel, vulnerability management. They're like a big mess. It's a typical architectural problem. Or you're misaligned. You're really deep in certain areas, but the breadth of the services are not that well. The processes are too complex. It just takes too much time to discover and work through the incidents or the incident response. Heavy infrastructure, a lot of focus on the infrastructure security. And this is actually the area a lot of companies in the Nordics are at and in globally. If we take a look at for example, financial services, a typical spend for financial services company for security is around 4.5 to 5% from their IT budget, and 75% usually in the Nordics is spent for the infra security. The application data part, that's just like underspent compared to other like reference companies across the globe. So a lot of organizations are around the misaligned kind of category. There are some optimized organizations that are best of breed and are evaluating emerging technologies, are moving away from kind of standard bulk managed security services into something more innovative, something more or that has a better business case for it. So in order to kind of align this stuff and the capabilities, it needs to be that there has to be an understanding of the capabilities and how the capabilities interact. And as a part of the process, or the first part, focus on what matters the most. A good thing to start off with is to structure the capabilities and the interactions into an operating model. So by operating model, you can see a kind of a sketch of operating model that an organization would take or structure their cyber defense or resilience capabilities around. They're the foundational, contextual, adaptive capabilities and how they interact together and how they make the most value. And based on the capability models, you can find a lot of these type of capability models around the internet. You could assess your own capabilities and kind of get an overall value on where you're at when it comes to security. Are you an optimized organization in total, or are you somewhere else? And you can start building the journey or enhancing or pivoting your journey based on those findings. But as I said, currently a lot of organizations should be or are approaching the contextual awareness And within contextual awareness, I mean that the capabilities around there are fixed for vulnerability management, threat intel. The business application development is secured. There's a good alignment between DevOps and SecOps, and they work together pretty well. There's something more than a basic security operations center. This has been supplemented by threat hunters that do something else, do a more early stage attack finding. And some of the organizations are deploying a big data solution for advanced security analytics. To go to the next stage, the organizations are typically taking advantage of data science capabilities, mixing data science with basic CM, log management, etc. Optimizing the metrics, optimizing the business value metrics, automating security incident responses. For example, some organizations are piloting or are starting to pilot or using it. Some say that they are using it, a kind of a robotics type of approach for security incident management, like using, for example, IBM Watson kind of technology to automate the security incident management, so that the resources that are usually really strict, really hard to find, can focus on the really advanced, or really the stuff that's needed, really the stuff that can't be automated and that might have a real larger effect on the organization if an offense realizes. And sharing threat intel. This has been a trend for at least last year and becoming more trendier this year within a kind of industry. For example, insurance companies, they're starting to share threat intel, so that something, a DDoS attack that happens to an organization, usually happens within a day or two to another insurance company. So they're sharing the information quite well, and there has been like different kind of sharing portals that has been established during like past 18 months for various sectors. Also commercial ones that are raising their head. So the second one, reducing the frequency and impact of threats. As I mentioned before, a lot of companies are taking advance on more analytical security capabilities. And that's just because a typical security solution, security information event management system, or IPS, IDS, they're not giving enough information. From a technical perspective, if you're approaching, planning, or pivoting your cybersecurity transformation, you would like to go to something else. You would like to get a maximum benefit with a good business case on the information you have. And to answer right questions, not like reactive questions on what happened or what's going on right now, what I can see from the screen. For the business case, it's more beneficial to answer the question, or the capabilities need to answer the question on how something happened, why it happened, can it happen again, for what else, or which part of the organization it might happen in the future. And to develop that kind of a technology capabilities and take the approach or the transformation towards those kind of capabilities, you would leverage big data solutions. You would formalize some sort of a security analytics capability model that would have different kind of use cases, using historical analysis, volumetric analysis, user behavioral analytics, and that would give the solution and the value to answer those type of questions like understanding previous decisions. If something has been decided based on certain security incident, has that decision been effective for the future need? The solution, the capability is data driven. So one good thing we see is that in a security operations center, it's typically filled with security folks. But kind of leapfrog organizations that are taking this really further, they kind of enhance the security folks within a security operations center with data scientists. So it's a mix of security guys working with data scientists and getting the kind of right answers and the right analytics for the next phase, for the upcoming threats. So mixing the scientific methods of data science, like using collections of data, doing advanced correlation, doing clustering of data, doing historiographical analysis of data, and applying it to the basic security, the operational security monitoring, meaning log, CM, whatever type of monitoring. So this is something to consider on a security transformation journey from a technology perspective. The third one, the business value part. Like I mentioned, this is probably one of the most important ones in taking the step of based on these three pillars. The business value of cybersecurity and demonstrating and getting a sponsorship for a budget for cybersecurity transformation, that's challenge. Or how do you see it? Is it challenge to get the money for new stuff, new capabilities? Is it hard to kind of make the reasoning? Is it hard to make or calculate the return of the investment to the senior stakeholders or even the board level? Is it? What? Impossible?
I would say calculating return of investment is not the hardest part. The hardest part is kind of proof that actually you need to invest in this field, not in the other fields, but actually also each team is asking to invest somewhere money.
Yeah.
So ROI, it's simple, but it's not convincing the business.
Yeah. And you could create all sorts of ROIs, like based on facts, based on like quite facts. And you can imagine what kind of a quantitative or qualitative things you could put into a ROI and make it look like really good one, but it just like won't give you any approval from the senior level. So we typically break it down to a kind of cybersecurity business value model. You really need to have this kind of a business model when you drive the security transformation journey or cyber transformation. It needs to be a framework, it needs to be structured, semantic, and you need to leverage the top-down kind of approach here. So everyone has a different kind of a business value, but as an example on how to kind of provide a two-way language between the operational cybersecurity and the strategic or business part of cybersecurity. So in this example, it leverages SAPSA, which is an security architectural framework, and by translating the business strategy, opportunities and threats, business processes, compliance drivers, and industry reference information to go down into business requirements and transforming those into business drivers for security, using the taxonomies of it, like translating requirements to taxonomy, threat and risk models. Risks are really good, compliance is not that good anymore, and providing real metrics on how to measure the security and provide and translate the information back so that it should be as transparent as possible. Some companies even have taken this further on creating sort of executive dashboards for CFOs, CEOs, COOs to translate the metrics into business language and provide a dashboard, a real live dashboard for their use, so that they can see that if they're having a vacation, something happens, they can initially see that what's the situation for our cyber security if an press calls them that, okay, you have been hacked, tell me the insight. So it's kind of giving situational awareness on a executive level as well. Good. So there are various methods that are used here, and some of the companies are actually talking with the senior executives or board members on their view on this kind of a model, and working and sparring and iterating it with the board level to get it right. And when they get it right, and when the executives have input on this kind of a business value model, they also understand it better and probably gives the sponsorship more easily. So those were the three focus areas or points and pillars on how to approach a cybersecurity operative transformation or resilience. I don't know if I have time for the case example. Do we want to 2 minutes? Okay. Yeah. But so you could easily illustrate your own journey, own transformation for cybersecurity, and there are certain like milestones to take. This is an example of a large Nordic financial corporation that started the transformation from digital identity, did an assessment for cybersecurity capabilities, created a business case based on Gartner research and industry. They did their own cyber industry research on what's the kind of industry standard where they should be at compared to other European companies. And based on the business case capability assessment and long discussions with senior executive, they got the sponsorship, they got to approve the budget for it, and started running the roadmap ahead of it. And there were nice results and during the transformation, especially around employee security awareness campaign, asset management, and they're really heavily pushing everything to cloud. So they kind of transformed their identity solution to be capable of extended enterprise or hybrid cloud model as well. And the results were tracked, reported on a business value model based on every half, and the journey is continuing. Next steps: understand the maturity, ensure that the leverage is full, don't go too deep there, and give some lightweight solutions in some other level. You can use international internet-wide capability models to kind of assess where you're at, what's the capability maturity level. You need to create a business case for the transformation and align that to business value, and maximize cost to serve, and then move forward. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Thank you, too. A little bit new rules. So our online streamers told us that they do not very well hear the questions, what is coming from audience. So if you want to ask questions, just raise a hand. I will give you a mic so you could kind of ask it. So questions. We have time, so we are not rushing anywhere. Okay. So I will have maybe you could briefly share I don't know, the best practice and no, not so best practice in terms when someone is inviting you as a consultant to start the talks about basically the security team development and cybersecurity team development. So what you see, what you are facing in the boardroom, if you talk on that level.
When I talk with boardroom about cybersecurity and they're asking, well, I've been in boardroom discussions with the company CISO, and the board of director has asked that from the CISO that what's your give me one liner of what's our cybersecurity situation, where we are at, and what are you going to do about it? And that
we have the same questions lots of time actually.
Yeah, so we have prepared like three slides of PowerPoint and give you like a really structured kind of presentation, and then you're hit with like give me one liner, and then you need to figure something out in like a business language. You also asked about what's kind of the good. Good is that when we talk with the board of directors of a technology company, we actually in the beginning we did a survey from the board. There were 10 directors in the board, and we asked them each individually of how do you see that should our company invest on cybersecurity? Do you see that our security is on industry best practice level, or is it on a sufficient level? 80% of the directors were answering that yes, we need to do something about it. Someone in the board or a member in the board was saying that no, it might be too costly. But then when the directors negotiated between themselves, then the initial result was that okay, 100% of the board of directors said yes to it. So,
okay, thank you. Antti, small gift from our side. Thank you for an excellent presentation. Thank you. Before the next presentation, actually, I have a small question. How many here are developers? Couple of them, so Agris, yeah, so don't be so hard on them. As the next, it will be Agris Krusts, who will talk about Latvian vulnerabilities in Latvian developed applications. I hope this will be very interesting. Agris is, he's very famous. I think everyone already know him. 20 years of IT security expert in Latvia, consulting government, consulting different organizations, how to become more secure, what to do, and what is the best practices. So the floor is yours, half an hour. Sure.
Hello. So thank you for introduction, and the presentation will be in Latvian, but I will talk in English. So what I'm going to talk about is about most popular or most kind of common vulnerabilities in applications developed here in Latvia by local developers. The statistics comes from last 2-3 years of actual pen tests where we have done it for clients, and I excluded lower risk problems, and basically it's the problems you will see. It's mostly kind of high risk. The problem with this kind of presentation is that I cannot disclose examples of those particular systems we tested. So the examples I will show you will be from some general systems taken from internet. So basically it's kind of like more or less some of them are fixed at this moment, some of them probably are not. And the statistics will be based on OWASP Top 10 year 2013. which looks kind of like this one. It's kind of injections, broken authentication, and so on. So I will talk about all these later on, and we'll add 2 additional ones. Okay, I can skip that one, and I will start with injections, which is kind of surprising results that 41% of the systems had SQL or some other kind of injections. SQL injection is the most common one. We have seen a couple of XML injections and things like that, but so basically, if you don't know what does that mean, what is the SQL injection, it's kind of like backdoor access to database on all data stored in the database, or sometimes you can execute commands on the systems and things like that. So 41% is pretty high number. Most of them, luckily, are blind SQL injections, so it's not possible to see all the data from database on the screen on the web page, but just kind of like you have to dig for it. And other thing about SQL injections, it allows you to get to the user accounts and user passwords, and it kind of like from statistics, it was 15% of the systems have stored the user passwords not in very secure way, in clear text or kind of like just with protected with hash. This is example of kind of like if I'm started to talk with passwords, it's not about web developers, but about one other system which had quite a lot of user accounts and passwords. So this is top 10 of Latvian passwords. Not in the right kind of order, but still, when I first saw this kind of like data, I was kind of surprised that word "son" is mentioned here 3 times actually. And if we talk about quality of the passwords, 70% was kind of like brute forceable by dictionary attack. The database was quite large. The other thing is problems with authentication and session management. So 70% of the systems had those problems. Most of the problems come from basically cookie management and kind of like session identificator management. All you have to do from developer perspective is set 2-3 parameters when you are creating cookie and change the cookie value after login. But as we can see that 44% of the systems didn't set those kind of like required parameters when creating cookie, and third of the systems didn't change the value of the cookie after login, which is a technical term, session fixation, and it's kind of like a more or less serious security vulnerability. Other problems which are kind of like not as seen as often is that after you hit logout from the system, the session is not destroyed, and you can still access the system with the kind of like as authenticated user, more or less, with some kind of like tweaks. If someone is using kind of like complicated authentication scenarios, it's almost always there's some kind of problems. So. And of course, mobile applications, almost all the mobile applications we have had a look at had some kind of problems with authentication, which basically boils down to password storage and authentication information storage on the device. So in simple terms, it means that basically, as the application developer, you want a good experience for user. Basically, you want when he opens application, automatically be in his account. So, And for that reason, many of them are storing a username and password on the device, and which is kind of like easily accessible by third parties, or more or less easily accessible. Okay, there are some slides about this session things. This is example from kind of like internet portal Manabals. It's kind of like quite very good example in that case that it demonstrates not only session management problems but other problems as well. This is how it was done some 2 years ago. Basically set cookie without parameters, which means that the cookie could be easily stolen. And after login, the same cookie value. So it means it has this other thing which is called session fixation. After kind of like half a year ago, they made some changes in the application. Here you can see they are creating cookie and adding one additional parameter, which is kind of like a good thing, but still missing other one. And session fixation, as you can see, the cookie value doesn't change, it's still there. Before, when making this presentation for this event, I went to check this how they are doing. Maybe they kind of like would do it, and still, when creating the cookie, there was missing was missing secure parameter, and session fixation still was kind of like issue. This is kind of like how they are creating cookie right now. If, of course, Manabals is kind of like project with where there is no lot of money for them, and they are not making money. Basically, it's kind of like so. Maybe the developers which has kind of like a good startup story Infogram, one of the Latvian applications which is kind of famous for making graphs. I suppose they have some venture capital funding and have money for development, and still when they are creating cookies, basically HTTP only, which means accessible by JavaScript, not accessible by JavaScript is okay, but still no secure parameters, so the cookie is transmitted over unencrypted connection. But maybe they are using only encrypted connection, but no. They are basically answering your query on HTTP protocol and sending this cookie over. So if you are accessing this Infogram, for example, from public Wi-Fi and have been logged in, so everyone who basically may have ability to see this cookie and then log in as you. Cross-site scripting. Almost 60% of the systems had cross-site scripting vulnerabilities, which kind of like almost 50% had dynamic cross-site scripting, and third had permanent cross-site scripting. The dynamic is more or less that you have to send something to user to execute the script in his browser. Stored or permanent is that you are storing this JavaScript in application itself and basically waiting for the user to come into the page or yes. How does it work? And where are the risks? This is a kind of like example from training system and kind of like guestbook application and things, something like that. And this particular message, Zinja 2, has additional JavaScript code, which is kind of like not seen from normal browser, and which sends this session cookie to me. And how could I? This is a small video. Ah, no, it doesn't play. Oh, it works. How easy is to use this session cookie to basically log in as a user? of course, if you are doing this session management in kind of more or less secure way, adding this HTTP only flag, this kind of attack won't work, but still I can harvest this cookie using free Wi-Fi or some other means. This is kind of log file where this cookie is stored. Kind of like very hard to understand if you just look at it, but it's URL encoded. But the actual cookie value is, my guess, is somewhere here. Yes. What I'm gonna do is I'm copying it and pasting in the browser as my cookie. So if we are talking about these previous applications, you can harvest those things and kind of like do this similar kind of attack. Other thing, while you are watching this video, basically kind of like good example is Manabals, which kind of like demonstrates technical capabilities of many developers that they're kind of like trying to fix something, are adding some kind of fixes to their systems, but sometimes they don't really work. So Manabals is fixing the session management for last 2 years, but still haven't done that. So I mean, with modified cookie. Other thing, direct access to some objects. This is example from real internet. I am not hiding the name of the company who did it because as I found out, they kind of like after a year and a half fixed this particular vulnerability. But more or less is that you have 33% of the systems didn't protect some of the assets, which means if you are, for example, applying for a job, posting your CV on the company website, it might go to web server, to publicly accessible directory, and everyone who could guess the name of your CV file may kind of like look at it. Or like in this example, you are buying book in the internet shop, and when you kind of like want to pay, they are preparing you invoice and sending it by email. Link to the invoice, you click on the invoice, oh, you can see invoice. And in this case, there was no authentication, and if you kind of like go over these numbers, you may browse through all the kind of like invoices who those guys written out, and you can see who bought and what bought, where they are living, what's their phone number. Sometimes people are giving their personal code and things like that. So 70% of the systems has kind of like some kind of configuration problems or sending data which should be encrypted over unencrypted channels. This is example which is not technically about example about configuration problems, not technically about web developers, but more for us system administrators. And to be honest, I really don't know how to configure a MikroTik router to do things like this. I'm just connecting to web address without logging it, which is kind of like a MikroTik router, web administration, waiting, and without logging prompt. Maybe you know how to do it, I don't know. Other thing, again, Manabals. When you look very carefully, there is bank authentication. I'm logging into Manabals using Internet Bank, SEB. And at some moment, for whatever reason, SEB is sending basically my authentication token, basically information about me, and over an encrypted channel. So if I'm doing it from public Wi-Fi, someone could intercept things like this particular token and kind of like log in as me and which is not very good thing. Unencrypted data basically here example of customer portal in Ventspils Siltums, which is kind of like badly configured that you can if you live in Ventspils and want to access I think some user information, so basically some billing information, you can register and log in, and this should be kind of like encrypted, but it's not. The same, again, it's kind of like local government, maybe they don't have money, it's kind of like expensive to buy a certificate for 70 euros or for a year. Maybe startup companies, which this particular one has raised $250,000, maybe they have the money for security certificate to provide SSL encryption. But no, if you are logging into their applications, they are sending your username and your password in clear text. Since it's kind of like error messages, when applications leak error messages, it sometimes may help hackers to kind of like stage next step in an attack. It's kind of like almost 20%. This is example, for example, for this live internet system, not fixed for a couple of years. When you write something wrong in this parameter, it just gives you answer like this, which is kind of like telltale signs that this script has some serious security problems. So what would be next thing to do? Next thing to do probably would be browse the file system. It's kind of like if you give too much information, it might lead to kind of like exploiting. My guess is that you cannot do any serious damage with this kind of security problem, but still it's kind of like, it's, by the way, who understand Latvian, it's kind of interesting name of the system, host name. Authorization problems. The most famous here in Latvia was DSS, which was a couple of years ago. But they are still kind of like widespread, 41%, and the most common actually is that in administration interfaces, when they are showing user only things they are allowed to do, and if there is some restricted functionality where he has should not be doing, they just kind of like not showing it to him. Or for, in general, public. They have been administrative interfaces for web systems where basically they have some kind of login interface, but if you know the name of the script, which is kind of like behind this login screen, you still can execute it as a regular user. Cross-site request forgery, which is kind of like actually it's very widespread. It's kind of like more closer to 90%, not 30% like in this case. But in most cases, you cannot do a real damage with it. So what is cross request forgery thing? Basically, is that you have a user who is using some, for example, internal system. He has username, password. He has logged in there, and there is some external system. What attacker could do is put some specially crafted code, which is kind of like very simple here, on the external website where user might be visiting while logged in here. So when user are visiting this one, his browser automatically executes script on kind of like opens image or image on this server and kind of like executes functionality. Which is a very, this attack thing is very hard to kind of like see, and because everything user is doing in this system is kind of like legal actions, which is what is he's doing each time. So this is example. Maybe you know there is in Latvia forum named Cālis. My guess is it is kind of like most popular internet forum for women to socialize between themselves. So what I'm gonna do, I will change my email address in the user profile, not knowing basically by visiting other site, which is kind of like, because this particular forum is kind of like vulnerable to this cross-site request forgery thing. You can see my email address, agris.krusts@gmail.com. Later it will be a bit different. I don't know why I'm clicking there, but and this will be the website I'm visiting, CSRF Zāles. And basically that's it. We have changed the email address in the user profile at this moment. I may go check it out. It's kind of different, so no warnings that I'm changing something or confirmation, things like that. So it's 30% of the systems, more or less. Public vulnerabilities, it's kind of like 15%. Publicly known vulnerabilities, but it usually depends on the time of the test, and usually clients don't ask us to test WordPress installations. So for that reason, actual situation in Latvia might be a bit worse. Another thing which is kind of like out of this OWASP top 10 is other thing actually is management of cache in the browser, which is kind of, if you are a web developer, for usually if user are watching, are seeing some kind of like restricted information on his browser, which should not be seen by other parties, you should send additional header saying that please do not cache the thing. And this header is usually quite often missed in 20% of the systems. They're kind of like not sending this header, and this information, which kind of should not be publicly available, is saved on computer. And if you are using those systems from, for example, from public computers, which are in libraries, for example, it's accessible to others. Fortunately, banks are more or less secure. They are kind of like knowing this kind of problem and not vulnerable to them. And last thing, what do you think? How much, in how many cases we were able to get to the operating system, to get the shell on the system? Your guess. Yes, really. You guessed it right. In 10% of the cases, we were able to get the shell on these systems.
How many of these websites or apps were self-hosted? How many of them were actually even hosted on a shared hosting?
Usually we are testing in the like big systems, and they are more or less self-hosted. But I cannot answer in particular terms. Majority are self-hosted, but. And this is kind of like overview slide. Questions?
Yep, please. Questions?
So those numbers, the question is, do you think you have found all the vulnerabilities there, or probably that's at least this much?
At least this much, yes. It's not possible to find, usually not possible to find all the vulnerabilities, but it's, and the situation in general internet would be, my guess, a bit worse, because the people who are testing these systems are kind of more or less interested in security. So.
Yeah, sure.
You mentioned two cross-site scripting variants. It was reflected and stored. What about third possibility, DOM-based cross-site scripting?
Yes, it's kind of, I didn't mention it here because we're not kind of like differentiating it for the whole duration, but now it's kind of like it's more or less very similar to reflected cross-site scripting, so it's very quite common. This.
From my side, maybe the last one. When you found the vulnerability and you informed the, I don't know, developer or the organization who is owning the software, actually how fast they are applying some patches and changes?
This is a thing I cannot comment.
Okay. Yeah, but it's usually takes long time or
it
not.
Depends, but the problem is that we can like the clients are protected by confidentiality agreements, and I cannot really answer this question. So.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Small gift from our side. Here you go. So let's not leave the room and listen the other side of the monet. So we will talk about testing the applications. Yeah. So how we need to do this. Einars, please. Could you share the available information? Yeah, just. Šitais bija? Nē. Šitais. Yeah. Okay. Half an hour, please.
Okay. Previous presenter already showed you how much vulnerabilities could be there in an application. I won't try to scare you about how much are we are scared already, I believe, in this morning, and we know that there are a lot of to be scared. I will try to scare you not about the problems, but about the testing. As a question I just asked previous presenter, how much he thinks he have tested, how much he thinks he have found, how much problems. I'm sure not all of them. Let me quote something. Organizations will increasingly recognize that it is not possible to provide a 100% secure environment. Once organizations acknowledge that, they can begin to apply more sophisticated risk assessment and mitigation tools. Where do you think it comes from? Let me quote it, read it again. Organizations will increasingly recognize that it is not possible to provide 100% secure environment. Organizations acknowledge that and begin to apply more sophisticated risk assessment and mitigation tools. Well, we heard about mitigation tools and assessment tools already today in different sessions. I found this a year ago in Gartner's analytics, which was about industry, IT industry in general, not about security, by the way. But we will get to that. It's about myself, just for you to understand that I've been doing functional testing before I started security testing. I've not been a hacker before that. But I would like to share my functional tester's experience with you, well, or at least to somehow tell what I have learned or what I would like to learn from functional testing, because functional testing is actually a little bit more mature than security testing. But just to understand who are here in this room, who haven't seen this picture? Raise your hand. Who haven't seen? Who have seen? Sorry, who have not seen this picture? Okay. So you are probably, I will try to describe you a little bit about these pictures. Those are the most important part of this picture for me as a security tester who is doing security testing inside the organization. When I was when I have been doing functional testing, more of the problems, more of the bugs comes because there are different views of what we need to build. It's not just a mistake we do while programming. It's just because we don't understand how to be programmed. And just the same happens with security sometimes, but let me first try to explain how functionally we address this problem. In functional testing, we do 4 different levels of testing. Well, sometimes more, sometimes less. But the basic thing is that there are developer testing, developer who develops code, do the testing. Then there is a tester who tests the same code once again. Well, they do a little bit different testing. They do more end-to-end testing, while developers are doing more code testing, etc. But those things overlap. They do the same thing again. And then users come in and do the same thing once again. They do user acceptance testing. Why do we do the same things 3 times? Well, they don't overlap exactly. There are things that users will test because they know, well, if we go back to that picture, they know what they need. We don't. So there are different test levels in functional testing. Why? Because bugs tend to escape testing. We test, but we can't find all the bugs. Well, actually, we can't find them because, because we make mistakes, there are not enough time, changes, and well, we don't have enough skills. Some people think that functional testing is very easy. Well, do you think it's easy to do functional testing? Anyone could do functional testing, yes, no? Who thinks it's easier than development? Anyone? I think it's easier than development. But it's not just as easy as it may look like. Let me show you something. It may look like easy. Yes, I just grab my nose and grab my ear and I will switch. And I will switch again. It's easy, isn't it? But please try to do it with me. Take your right hand, your right hand. This is my right hand, this is your right hand. Take your right hand and take your nose. Please do it. And your other hand and take your ear. And now let's just try to switch them. Okay, it's not as easy as it may look like. Well, switch again. And switch again, and switch again, and switch again, and switch again. With a skill, it's easy with a practice and with a skill, but it may look like a little bit easier than it is. And that's why developers may think that testing is easy and they make a lot of mistakes. So their testing is not as whole as I showed it previously. It's like cheese with a lot of holes in that testing. And through those holes, bugs escape. We have another cheese and another cheese, and those overlap allows to cover more, to achieve better coverage. Coverage is something very important in functional testing because we understand that functional testing only reduces number of bugs in production. It does not eliminate all of them. Passing security testing is not an indication that no flaws exist. That's I found in one of the definitions of security testing, but not everyone understands that. Not everyone agrees on that. I've seen state and government applications. Actually, when you develop application for state or government, they demand you to do security testing. Other companies to do security testing, they in tenders they say like ensure applications do not process injected SQL statements. Ensure that applications are 100% secure against SQL statement injections. It is not possible to ensure that. No passing security test is indications that it is ensured. We just reduced probabilities that there are some bugs. That's why in functional testing, our only standard tells how the documentation should look like. there is no standard about how much testing should be done. How much testing should be done is part of test strategy, part of test plan. It's something for every single project we have, for every single application we start testing, that's the first question we have to ask ourselves. Even before we start testing, we ask ourselves, how much we will be testing it? How much will be enough? We are asking the same question again and again through the project lifecycle. There is always testing standards that says how much testing is enough. Well, it doesn't say how much is enough. It says that's the standard level 1, level 2, level 3. If you do this much testing, then you are certified against level 3 or level 2 testing, etc. Well, the good thing is there are guidelines that allows you to choose which things you want to test. There are about 100 different attacks. Each attack has a lot of different a lot of different ways to do that attack. Let me just share with you one story. I've been trying to teach one guy security testing, and I found one vulnerability in our application, and I told him there is a XSS. Previously, you saw what's an XSS attack is. Yes, so I said to him, there is an XSS attack on this particular field in this particular web form. Just try to discover that particular attack. He was trying to find it for 2 days. So it was amazing how much tests he have done. He have found a lot of information on internet about what are the different attacks he could do, but he failed to discover that problem. Well, it took for me 2 hours, actually, which is also much more than I would typically spend on a typical web application. And probably automation is an answer to that. Maybe we just need to take an automated scanner tool, and it will do testing for us. Again, some experience from functional testing. We have the recent movement in functional testing. We are talking about that there are some automated testing. We don't call that automated testing anymore. We call it automated checks. We check automatically, but when a human does testing, we say it's testing. It's sapient testing, and there is automated checks. So I would like to tell the same about automated security test tools. They are automated security check tools. They only check if application is vulnerable to attacks they know about. They know how they have seen previously, and which are not very hard to automate. I know that most of those automated tools are very, very good at discovering reflecting the XSS attacks, but they are quite weak for stored XSS attacks just because they are harder to discover automatically. That's my experience. So if we don't know how much, if we want to answer the question how much testing is enough, if we want to do some assessment and discover what should we do. That was my question. When I started security testing career, I was asking myself, well, so if I can't spend months to test this application, I have only a few days. How do I know what I start with? I have found this DREAD analysis methodology that says how to prioritize things. It only says how to prioritize the bugs that you have already found, the vulnerabilities you have already found. It does not tell you how to how to prioritize your testing. So it just assumes that you already have found all the security issues in your application. It does not answer that question, and well, I will skip this one. It was another story from functional testing, but one of the before I move on to the next slides, I want to describe my experience a little bit more in details. Sorry for that. So my experience is more application security testing. It's web application security testing. I haven't been doing a lot of perimeter security testing. What's the difference? I'm testing the code. I'm not testing the network. I'm testing the threats. I'm not testing the attack vectors. And I'm doing internal testing. And by the way, this application versus perimeter defense comes from PCI standard. That was the only source I found this differentiation, which I've made for myself. I said, this is because I didn't have enough time. I wanted to answer the question, how much testing is enough? And I told myself, because we are developing code, I will be testing the code. So that's my primary target. Yes. And I found actually on OWASP an answer to my question, how much testing is enough, how could I prioritize my testing? It's called application threat modeling. It's as described by OWASP, it's a way for developers to analyze what are potential dangers to their application and how to come up with countermeasures, how they know what are the code they have to build in the application that would protect application from attackers. So we are sitting down with developers. They would describe me countermeasures, and then I know what I have to test. I have to test the countermeasures. I don't have to test the whole application. I just test the countermeasures. And if I could find problems in their countermeasures, then that means they have been doing not enough. Well, I have found a problem. And if there are no countermeasures, then I don't need to test because we already know it's vulnerable, right? Another experience about mitigations. We have been. I've heard some presentations about monitoring and resilience, etc. How do we do it in performance testing, in performance, with performance? I've been doing performance testing quite a lot, and I know that there are tools that are doing monitoring of resource utilization, response time utilization, etc. And we could do this monitoring. And when we could see that our disk space is running out, or we are running out CPU, and we could add more CPU, especially if we are in the cloud. But and just the same way, we could analyze some security attacks there. And monitoring security attacks is more important than monitoring functional functional problems, because if user discovers functional bug, then the user will be reporting that bug to us. If a user or actually hacker discovers a security bug, he will not report it. Yes, he will just use it. And so if there is a missed bug, it means that someone will probably install it. Well, the only exception is DOS attack. If there is a DOS attack, you know immediately that there is a DOS attack because your system just died. But if there is an attack, it may be that a user has stolen your password or something, but do not steal from you anything yet. He just waits for your account, for more money to come to your account, or more data or more access to be given to your account, etc. When we are talking about backdoors, there are those application code backdoors when someone puts puts a spyware or some special applications there. But there is another type of backdoors. The backdoors that a hacker has stolen your password and he has this password, but he does not use it yet. That's also a backdoor. And what do you do about the backdoor? Yes, so that's why we are changing the password quite often, or at least those who knows why we should do it. Or in an application I was testing 15 years ago when I was doing just functional testing. I didn't know anything about security. When I logged in that application, I was quite surprised. Why that application shows to me, hello, your last login was yesterday at 11 o'clock. We are happy you are back online today. So if I would be a user who sees this message and I know that I didn't log in yesterday, what does it mean? Someone has stolen my password. I need to quickly change my password, and I'm becoming the mitigation. If I'm a user who doesn't understand how to read that message and doesn't understand how to react on that message, I'm the mitigation as a user. So, a few more recommendations, a few ideas that as a tester who understands that I can't test everything, I could recommend different ways to improve security other than testing your application, discovering and removing problems from that application. Analysis of discovered vulnerabilities. It's actually, if you do the testing, if you either hire someone like the previous speaker to do security testing for your company, or you have in-house security tester, or whoever else does a security testing, and they discover some vulnerabilities. Don't stop at the vulnerability. Think what are the risks, what are the business risks they pose to your application. How much customer could steal from you? What are the, or could it be money, or could it be just information, or could it be just very bad PR, or anything? Do a comprehensive testing, yes. Let me quote that thing again. Once an organization acknowledges, they apply more sophisticated risk assessment and investigation tools. What do I think that more sophisticated risk assessment could be? More comprehensive testing. What could be more comprehensive testing? Don't just say we want the standard security testing to be executed on our application. Maybe we want to do more than just standard security. Oh, maybe we don't want. Maybe we just want compliance testing, just to show a paper that, well, this is a paper signed by INARS that this application have been tested and there are no more bugs I could find in that application. If everything I need is a paper signed by some security experts, that's fine. If your goal is security, do something more than that. Developer testing. Do developer testing, do another testing. So two cheeses with holes in that will overlap and you will discover more bugs. XSS intrusion example. There are well-known defense against XSS. It's just we could just simply not allow users to input any special characters into any input fields. That would protect us against XSS. We could allow them, but then do not execute scripts. That's another way. Well, if you need special characters, if you need user to be able to write and or write 5 less than 6 means it's special character for HTML. So then you need that in another way. But why don't we do the third thing? We do allow them, we do execute the script, but we do what security specialists call honeypot approach. We just do that in isolated. The moment we see that script executes, we put it in a vault, and we make attacker think that he have hacked us, but actually he haven't hacked us because that script will execute only on his computer, but not on any victim's computer. And while he thinks so and makes plans to attack us, we catch him. So, returning to Gartner. His top 10 strategic technology trends for 2015, which was published a year ago from now, says that they are talking about risk assessment, mitigations, and they are talking about multifaceted approaches. They say it's not enough to do one thing. It's not enough to do just monitoring, just testing, just educating your users, or doing incident analysis. You need to do a lot of things. So think about your organization, how your organization in this year added another facet to your security strategy. How you started to do something more, not just deeper, but doing more than you have done previously, more different things. If you haven't added any yet, or you don't plan to add more, maybe Gartner is wrong. I don't know if they are right or if they are wrong, but yes, so maybe they're wrong, but I really hope that they are right, or they are probably a little bit ahead of of what's happening, and I really hope to see in future that this will become a trend, that testing will no more be the only thing that at least government and state requires to be done to ensure the security of applications hosted by them. Not to mention the private sector.
Thank you. Questions? Yeah.
I want to talk about penalties. You say that there is a penalty. So you suggest that if a security firm who does the testing and miss some bugs, there are like legal penalties for that?
Exactly. Thank you very much for this question. I've skipped these penalties for missed security threats. The idea was that we hired two different security testers to different companies, to different auditors to do the security testing of the same application at the same time. And they don't share the discoveries. Well, maybe this organization will find 10 security issues, and this one will find 11. Or this one finds 10, and this one finds also 10. But two of those are not on that list, and two of those are not on that list, which would be very good for us, because we will find 12 of them altogether. And we could probably do some penalties for those two not discovered by the other one, but that's actually is industrial, as I mentioned here, there are some industrially accepted and as well as my own new and crazy ideas. This is my crazy idea. I don't recommend this because that could cause a lot of political issues, because at least in Latvia, companies knew each other, they could start to do some deals between each other, etc. And of course, it's twice, yes, twice it's twice as expensive, yes.
But actually, the comment is that you could do it, and the best one could win some future contract.
Right. The payoff is good, yes.
Here's one. Are there any recommendations like for public available documents that could be well documented how to treat systems during test, like test procedures? You mentioned there PCI, and then are there any available resources or?
Well, first of all, for any resources you need on security testing of web application, go to OWASP. You will find amazingly a lot of information. Well, the hardest thing is to find the right document because there are so much of it. I was very much surprised when I found that they provide you to download web applications that have a lot of security issues in that, especially designed for developers to learn those issues and how they are made into the code. And you could use that application. They could even show you how to fix those problems at the code level. And that's for free for downloading. Just go to OWASP and I'm sure you will find everything you need to find. Well, probably it will be hard to find, but there is everything you may need. That's my impression about OWASP. My comment on treating environments from my experience is be careful about DOS attacks. When I was trying to test a DOS attack on an application I've been doing in our functional test environment on Friday afternoon, and well, basically all the functional testers had 4 hours of like doing nothing because the environment was dead, and they were spending 4 hours that Friday and 4 more the next Monday to fix that problem, because it appeared it's not enough to just reboot everything. I damaged it somehow so hardly that it took a lot of effort to just fix that environment, and that was one environment. So never do DOS attack on an environment you use for other purposes like performance testing, functional testing, anything else.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anders. Small gift from our side. Thank you for the good presentation. Thanks. Let's meet again in half an hour. Coffee break, relax, chill, socialize, and half an hour here. Thanks. closing to the end. 2 more presentations, then break, panel discussion, and then one of the most important things: lottery, wine drinking, socializing, and such kind of things. Before we are going to the ending, I want to invite Michael from Radvar, who will this time not scare us, but tell the truth and try to tell that actually everything is not so bad as usually everyone is telling. So basically today we will hear more about DDoS attacks, and events and trends and so on. So floor is yours, half an hour, please. No, you have to use.
Okay, does it work? Really? Okay. So I will not scare you, as this was said, but I always say only true. Okay. So just this time I will try to be more positive than scaring, and I will tell less about Radware solutions and more about trends and some news and some real cases. How positively we can protect ourselves from attacks. Okay, so let's see what we'll talk about. So we will discuss firstly some trends based on Radware emergency response team report for last year, and based on first Gartner report about DDoS attacks. It will not be only about DDoS, but some other attacks will be involved as well. Yeah, just I was said that I have to present it in English. If you have any questions, you can ask whatever language you wish, almost starting from English to Russian, Latvian, Hebrew, slow Lithuanian, whatever you wish. Okay, okay, let's go. So there are several points I would like to just stop today on. Based on mostly Radware emergency response team report. You can find full report as usual on Radware website. I think that we have even Russian versions if somebody needs on our Russian website, which is radware.com.ru. So there are several things, major things which we found, which were found on statistics of last year, and based on our discussions with and questionnaires for multiple customers, not only our customers, but generally corporate customers worldwide. I will touch most of them, I think, during my presentation. So let's see. First of all, one of the major trends, which is mentioned not only by our ERC team, but from practically all service providers and all cloud services for anti-DDoS and other services which are security services. Everybody mentioned that attacks become longer and longer. You can see that the last year is orange. So you can see that the short attacks, which are less than 1 day long, become smaller and smaller part every year. And opposite, the long attacks, which are about a week, from 1 day to a week, over a week, and running constantly, growing every year. And today we see that, okay, this is not that these numbers are not for Latvia, not for Baltic states. It is mostly from Europe, US, and some Asia. But usually these trends which we talk about and which we see in Western Europe and in US, in very few years comes to us, or even faster. So we can see that 19% of attacks, 19% of customers say that they have constant attacks. It's not something which goes for an hour or for a day. They constantly have attacks every day for a very long time, for months. we can see it on an example of attacks on American banking system, financial system, which just went in waves. There were waves where they have more attacks. On some peaceful days, they have just lower attacks. They still had attacks, but just on the lower level. So another point is regarding, every year we just present the statistics, not only we, it's actually the statistics from other companies are looks pretty similar to that one, about changes of importance of DDoS attacks and external attacks for different economy sectors. And you can see that some newcomers came to very high risk of DDoS attacks. The gaming and internet service providers became one of the most frequent target for external attacks. But okay, you can see the financial sector is going out of the center, but it's actually relatively. So financial sector always is on the top. Just the trend is that others are coming closer to center, and relatively financial services last year were less attacked. But we know most of you are from Latvia. We know last week what happened in Latvia. The letters came to many customers, and most of them were financial customers with just requests to transfer money, bitcoins. The same was 3 weeks ago in Russia, mostly concentrated on financial sectors and so on. So, but what's important here on top of financial issues, when we talk about ISP and hosting, okay, we talk about attacks on some hosting, but in fact, the hosting companies hosting their customers. So in many cases, when attack goes to hoster, actually, who is getting the attack and getting services down is corporate customer of hosting company. So the attacks on ISP and on hosting actually touching everybody who is using services of these companies. So another point is that the first time in recent years we saw that the internet pipe saturation became the largest point of failure point for attacks. Okay, still you can see that everything is relatively. So it is largest point, but it is 1/3 of the attacks which were successful. On the other hand, we can see that products which we usually think are directed to stop attacks, like firewalls, like IPS or IDS, load balancers, which in many cases claim they can stop DDoS attacks, together go to the same number more or less, 15 and 17, 32%. So the internet pipe just the first time became larger as a single part in this Lego, the single part which is largest in the first year which we saw it. So there are many large volume network attacks. We will see later which of them are more important last year. So you can see that this is graph of attack which happened last week in Baltic states. We never mentioned the customer, specific customer. So it happens last week. It is specific customer in Baltic states, but I will not name it. Okay. No, just to make it clear, at least in my region, I am responsible for some 15 countries. There are very few customers, especially financial customers, which are ready to disclose their names and even to talk to other financial customers. No, it's not the common situation. It is not. It is specific customer, specific timing. 9:15, 4 days ago. Okay, 5 days ago maybe. So what we can see here that okay, this is the blue is the total traffic, and the red is dropped traffic by this case by our system. We protected this customer from this attack. What I wanted to mention is that this is it wasn't just one single attack. There were a number of attacks simultaneously going to this customer. Okay, you can see the attacks themselves, and you can see by which technology of our solution it was stopped. But what's important, you can see that what's important to see here, to put attention here, that in very few seconds the attack became, the total traffic became from whatever, about 1 gigabit to about 3 gigabit per second. So it was almost jump. So the attack grew very fast. In half a minute, 2 gigabit and of attack. What's important, the second point which is important to see here is that in very few seconds, our system just replied to the attack and started to drop the attack itself. Okay, and as soon as the attack was stopped, immediately the system stopped the dropping. But there are three important things on this slide, from my opinion. One is that attack grow very fast. Okay, in this case, most of attacks here were UDP, ICMP floods, which are and DNS, which are network attacks. Okay, so it grew very fast. Now, the second point is that there were several attacks, not one. And the third point is that, okay, we have a system. I promise to be more positive. We have a system which in seconds protects you from such kind of attacks. Okay, now, next point is regarding several things here. So one is that it's actually regarding internet pipe as well, but you can see that the distribution of different attacks by volume, and you can see that, okay, we have large attacks. Those are large attacks which are more than 1 gigabit per second. This one is 10 gigabit and above. Okay, this is between 1 and 10. So together we have 29% of attacks in Western Europe, in US and Asia mostly, which were more than 1 gigabit per second, which in our case is a pretty big one. Okay, usually most of our customers have 100 megabit per second line or 200, 300 megabit per second. Very rare it goes to, only for large companies it goes to 1 gigabit and higher. But still, this is 29% of attacks were large scale. Okay, others are much smaller, from 1 megabit per second and up to 1 gigabit. 39% are pretty small, from 10 megabit per second or less. What's important here? Here we do not have distribution by type of attack, but usually such kind of small attacks, they're 10 megabit per second, whatever, 50 megabit per second, are usually application attacks, not massive network DDoS flood. Okay, because those 10 gigabit per second, usually it's some kind of amplification attack or network attack, UDP flood. The smaller attack, most of attacks here are pretty small, 10 megabit per second, they're up to 100 megabit per second, but it is very scary, sorry, okay, because I don't think people from Kaspersky are here, but 2 years ago it was attacked, and they presented that actually in Russia. They presented the attack of 20 megabit per second, 20 megabit, not gigabit per second, which killed 5 largest Russian banks. Okay, just imagine that. I can tell you that the network of a bank like Sberbank, for example, I think is pretty close to network of Lat Telecom. 20 megabit per second. Okay. What I want, just to summarize the slide, we do see a trend. There are two things in most of the slide: the trend and what really has happened today. We clearly see a trend that, based on different amplification methods, the large attacks are growing. The large attacks in network floods mostly, but still the major part of attacks are pretty slow, and including many additional attack vectors on top of just network attack. We will see it later as well in different perspective. So here is, for example, distribution by type of attack. And we say that, okay, the reflective attacks, the largest DDoS headache last year, but just a remark, for service providers, okay? Because the reflective attacks, in most of cases, influenced ISPs, okay, or some large data centers. As you can see from this distribution, and the general distribution between application and network attacks are not changing too much from year to year. It is whatever, 49% against 51 or 51 against 49. That's more or less than plus minus 3%. That's how it moves. But half of attacks are application attacks. One quarter of attacks are an HTTP. And another side, there are half of attacks, even more this year, were on network attacks. UDP flood can kill whatever network you wish. Just any pipeline can be killed by UDP attack. You saw on the graph which I showed that in very few seconds UDP attack raised to 2 gigabit per second volume. On the other hand, we have different amplification technologies in networking and in application attacks like DNS amplification, NTP amplification. Last year raised SYN flood tsunami attacks, which grow very fast as well to very large volumes, in both in packet per second and in traffic, which is pretty scary. But we have to keep in mind there are a lot of different types of attacks. It is the vision of the market, which says in many cases what's important is how many gigabits is in this attack is not right. Okay, the market was once educated by a vendor of network protection devices for operators, for major infrastructure of operators, and that's what's important for operators. For corporate customers, we have a lot more things to think about and to deal with. What's important on this slide as well is that one in every 4 of attacks was HTTPS. You should understand that when we have an attack under SSL, you cannot look inside. Okay? Till you cannot look inside, you are very limited in ways how to stop this attack. Okay? So if somebody is interested, we can discuss it separately. We do have a solution which does. You can look inside, but then you go against PCI DSS. Okay? If you open SSL, you either open it in before the firewall, and then it is against PCI DSS, or you open it inside the network, so after a firewall, but then your firewall is not protected. So we have some kind of solution which solves both things. Okay, here's another specific case. That's Russia 3 weeks ago. Again, without specific name of the customer. Okay, but what's important here? The customer was protected by a hybrid system. So he has a CPE device, Radware device, Defense Pro. So he has a CPE device, and this is on customer premises based. Okay, and he has on the same technology service from a service provider cloud, based on the same Radware technology. And we will see graphs from both devices. I'll explain it. So let's see. So again, another remark here: the customer had 2 internet links. One is to service provider with our technology, and another was the Rostelecom link with the Arbor device on top of that. So let's see what happened here. So we see the attack was NTP reflection plus HTTP. So here is the traffic. Then you see that at 13:51 the attack started. Okay, actually both attacks started, but the major grow here is because of NTP reflection. You can see that in about 20 seconds after that, the system, the CPE device, started to fight against attack and drop the traffic. You can see that here, so in how much? About 1.5 minutes, the traffic grew up to the level of internet pipe. So they have 200 megabit per second internet pipe, 2 specific service provider using Radware for anti-DDoS. So here it was stopped, limited by internet pipe, internet channel. Now we will see in a minute how the cloud reacted, but meanwhile here the second peak, it is not the second attack. What happened is that after we started to stop attack and we stopped it, we will see this is CPE and we will see how the clearing center stopped the large volume attack. But then after how much? 57 in 10 minutes, they realized that actually they have the second link to Rostelecom. And the attack coming from Rostelecom through Arbor, nobody stops it. And at the end, it goes to the same firewall. Okay, so firewall started to go down because of attack coming from the second link. So what they did, they just closed the second link, just shut it down. And the traffic came to our link, total traffic from both channels came to our link 10 minutes after the beginning of attack. So here is the second grow. This is the traffic came from the second link to us. Then you can see that because system already had the signature of this attack, it took whatever 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds to tune the signature, and system CPE started again to fight the attack. Let's see what happened in service provider cloud. So here you can see that at 13:53 the local device started to forward the traffic, so informed the cloud that okay, we have a problem, the pipeline is overloaded, please take the traffic to you. And here the traffic started to grow on the cloud and reached at the end of the day up to 8 gigabit per second more or less. And you can see if you see it, the red line, the drop traffic, again in seconds after attack starting to grow, the system followed that and stopped this attack. And here you can see, here is the second link came to, so when they switched off the link to Rostelecom, this is the traffic again came to the system. So again, you can see NTP amplification, very powerful attack. NHTP on top of that. It was stopped by cooperation of the local device and the cloud-based, the same device but larger based on the cloud. And what's important here, the attacks in this case as well, we can just come back and see here, it grows very fast. Okay, and if we don't have an automatic system which reacts in seconds like this one, we saw it is 10, 15, 20 seconds. Then the attack become very powerful and start to kill the system, all the systems around, before we can react on that. Okay, so, okay, let's go to next point. Wow, okay, very fast. This is from some questionnaires from our corporate customers in the West. What they care about, what they think is important for them now and will be important in close future. So the DDoS in the first place, but not only DDoS, you see there are different other issues like phishing, like intellectual threats, like APT, unauthorized access and so on, are very important for them as well. And we try to address it in different solutions, and we have to think about that. This is another case with the name of the customer, okay, the Boston Children's Hospital. And by the way, the attacks, it was mentioned today on the large hall in the presentation of, I think, UNESCO, that the hospitals, medicine and education became the targets of attacks worldwide. And it happened more and more. But not about that. What's important here, then this was, all that was simultaneously. I think that, just think about that. So if you should have huge security stuff to protect against such number of attacks which came simultaneously to your network, okay? We saw that even huge organizations like Bank of America or large American banks, when they had tens and hundreds of security people there, and still when attack became a week long and all the time changing such vectors, after a week they came to us and said, okay guys, we don't have resources, just people resources to fight it day after day, hour after hour against such wide spectrum of attacks and changing all the time. Okay, so let's see what's our vision as well on that. One of the important things is, okay, you have DLP system, anti-malware, firewall, whatever in your network, okay, and then whatever. The army, okay? There's somebody sitting in the army and connecting to outside. You just go and checking him by DLP if he's sending some prohibited files and so on. And then he goes to Google Docs, okay? And opens the SSL channel to Google Docs, closed SSL channel. That's what Google Docs opens to him, to his PC. And then he forwards whatever he wish. And not DLP can deal with that, okay? That's why we have a solution which is pretty unique for us, which says, okay, we put the box on the way of the traffic. Actually, it is if you look inside, it is man in the middle. Okay, so then we connect DLP, anti-malware, antivirus, whatever you wish, your normal security systems which deals with normal HTTP traffic. Okay, and then we open this traffic for them. And the traffic goes through the system from one system to another, coming back and manage. You can manage it. You can say such and such traffic have to go only to this system, security system. This traffic should go to all systems, and so on. So on. It is manageable. Running. Sorry. Okay. So another trend which I want to stop on is the hybrid solution, which I mentioned in the case. Okay, so we see more and more trend that customers, because of different reasons, because of the widespread of attack vectors, application attacks, SSL-based attacks, low and slow attacks, on the other hand, amplification attacks, huge network attacks, and so on. The only solution to cover all of them is to have hybrid, to have CPE device which protects you most of time from most of attacks, and the cloud solution which protects you from volume attacks, whatever, NTP amplification, DNS amplification, large UDP attacks, large SYN floods, and so on. Not only we think like that. So this is from the Gartner report last year. No, it was November or December last year, actually, almost this year. So they say that every organization has to use both cloud and on-premises protection because of complexity of attacks and because of volume of attacks, because of the trends which we actually discussed today. Another thing is more related to new technologies, whatever. This is important. I will not stop on all this stuff, but what important here is the Internet of Things, IoT. Everybody talks about that. Okay, not today, not tomorrow, but okay, next year, whatever. In 2017, we will have. It will start. Okay, and then the grow. That will be very fast grow of actually devices in the network. What's more important? These devices are not protected at all. I mean, no antivirus, no nothing, okay? Just IP addresses which you can use. Today we'll already see that your home Wi-Fi routers became, because of the bug there, became a part of huge bot network used for multiple attacks worldwide, huge attacks. Just imagine how many routers you have at homes, and about half of them are not protected. So the Internet of Things. Another point is the SDN network. the software-defined network. New technology, nice technology, but here the threats which people think about before implementing this technology. You can see that the third place here is non-native network service against DDoS. It is not clearly true. This was last year. Actually, today we do have native technology inside our technology implemented inside most of SDN networks, SDN vendors, okay, SDN systems, which enable the native inside SDN protection against DDoS attacks. Okay, and several words about, if not everybody already knows about Radware and attack mitigation system, so several words about that. So first, the system includes the Defense Pro, which is the major element of the system, which inside this box we have the anti-DDoS, so anti-network protection, network flood protection device, Defense SSL, which enables protecting against SSL-based attacks, the IPS, intrusion prevention system, which is signature-based system, network behavioral analysis system. Network is not right word here, so it is behavioral analysis system. Now, everything in one box. Okay. Now, another part of this attack mitigation system is replication firewall of Radware called Upwall. It could be either hardware or virtual machine. What's important here? The same way like Defense Pro automatically looks on behavioral of customers. No manual intervention under attack. It is absolutely automatic system. The same way Upwall automatically looks on any changes of the website. What the major problem of websites? Why it is full of holes? Because you change it. The people who change it from marketing never talk to people from security. Okay, and they make calls you don't know. So the Upwall is looking automatically on changes on the website and close it by policies. Okay, the Defense Pipe is our cloud service, which is available in Europe and US and Asia, where we have the same technology like Defense Pro and like WAF. Sitting in the cloud, actually, whatever, in Frankfurt, in London, New York, and so on, and protecting you from large volume attacks. Whatever, if the attack is whatever 100 megabit per second, you stop it on CPE. If it is 2 gigabit per second, and can be stopped by a local service provider, for example. But if it goes to whatever 60 gigabit per second, 100 gigabit per second, it will not go even to Latvia. It will kill Latvian uplinks to international. To internet, so we can protect it as well by this service. Next one is the management system and reporting system, and the last but not the least, the emergency response team, the people who, if something not happens automatically, something not configured right way, they in minutes you can get the support from them and they help you. Okay, what's important to remember about this system? The system, first of all, fights for stability of legitimate users under attack. The fighting the attack itself is just a tool, okay? Because if the main target is to fight an attack, just disconnect the network. The attack will be killed immediately. Okay, what it's important is to fight for legitimate customers, not against them. It is specialized hardware and software. You saw it in CPE and the plus cloud services for volume attacks. It is absolutely automatic. You saw that in all the graphs, you saw the reaction time is 5, 10, 20 seconds, and the system starts to fight. Okay. Lowest false positive is practically close to 0. Oops, sorry. And it covers all types of attacks, including network application, low and slow, SSL, web attacks on web like SQL injection and this stuff, behavioral attacks and so on in one solution. Now, just one word about WAF. We have the unique fingerprint technology, which actually knows about specific PC host accessing your website. So that it is not related to IP. IP is not anymore the part of anti-DDoS or anti-attack protection, because most of attacks are going from spoofed IP addresses, DHCP, after the DHCP proxy and so on, anonymizes, so you cannot stop it. Or even from your DNS can attack you. I can describe you how to use your DNS service to attack your website. Okay, so the system knows how to get fingerprint of specific PC and to stop specific PC without knowing its IP address. Okay. What's important as well, which I forgot to put here, there are many international large vendors which are including this system into their solutions. One of them is Cisco. Cisco is implementing our behavioral analysis technology into their switches. They have integrated all our products, not only security products, into their new cloud solution, new SDN solution, and new switching solutions. And actually all new cloud service of Cisco is based on everything which is in our part is based on Radware solutions. VMware is integrating these solutions. Checkpoint is using these solutions. Oh, enough. Okay. So, and this is some statistics about our customers, just to understand. Half of world's largest stock exchanges use Radware for protection. More than half of largest commercial banks use Radware. Large part of world's largest retailers use Radware as well. And 6 of top 10 world's telcos use Radware. Even we are not actually concentrating on protection till now, concentrated on protection of service providers. And 2 of top 5 cloud service providers use Radware as well, including IBM, Telefonica, Twitter, Akamai, and Amazon, and so on. So, I'm out of time. Thank you very much. If you have any questions in any language, at any platform, I'm here.
Yeah, questions?
No questions. Everything was clear.
Yeah, everything was clear. You didn't scare them. You just saw the statistics.
An optimistic.
Optimistic way, yeah, how to live. Okay, thanks. Again, small gift from our side. Thank you for the participation. Let me shake your hand. So, last reminder, please fill up the feedback forms, leave it outside when you are leaving the room, or just bring it back to registration or to the ladies who are standing to the rooms till 10 minutes till 6. And after the planner session, we will do the lottery, and then the event is closed. So, as the last speaker, I will not present it because I will be doing the speech by my own. So, what I wanted to tell you today, actually, sorry, wrong presentation. What I want to talk about today, it's more or less a summary of what we heard in this venue 4 room, what we have talked about today about mobility, about applications, about network and our IT infrastructure, how it should be ready to take all those new applications, to take all those new mobile functionalities, what our Internet of Things and mobility can bring to us. I'm representing company Data Security Solutions. We are organizers of this event. This is already 6th year when we are organizing such huge and interesting with the content IT security or cybersecurity event. And hope that next year we will have something similar to present to you. So mobility. So today what we will see, I will very briefly, I think in 10-15 minutes, just talk about What is mobility? Mobility as a lifestyle, because this is coming and we are seeing this day by day. We will talk about mobility in enterprises, so what is happening when we are bringing our mobile phones to the work, and what is the best way how to do it. We will talk a little bit about the trends in mobility, how it will be developed, and of course, we cannot skip the topic about the security. So small summary about what we have heard about today, about the sandboxing and then virtualizations, containerizations, and so on, and some things what we could take it to go. What I want to start is actually to set the baseline. So basically, what is mobility? I found two theories about what is mobility in World Wide Web. So one is telling me that actually I'm able to move, and then I'm able to walk and something like that. And the other one is telling me that mobility is a capability of military forces which permits them to move from place to place and do the primary missions. If we forget the words military forces, then we could understand that mobility is actually the ability to move and ability to work from any place where we are. So basically do our mission. Couple of years maybe mobility would look like this. So this is what we thought about in 2007. But this is not what we will be talking about today. Mobility can look like this, but this is also what we are talking in different venue. So right now, I think 10 minutes ago, there was a presentation about how you can hack a drone and what could happen if you do this. But more or less, when we think about the mobility, we think about the business mobility. We think about the mobile devices that are coming into our network. We think about all those boardless enterprises what are starting to be, because when the mobile phone is on our table, then this means that we definitely in nearest future, in nearest hours, we will want to receive some information on this phone, email, I don't know, document, contacts, or whatever. So basically, this is the business mobility. Moving forward, mobility as a lifestyle. This is also what is a little bit changed. We could talk about Internet of Things, and this was also done in today's plenary sessions in the big audience. So and also Michael told that we are moving to that, and everyone is telling us about that pretty soon we will have everything with IP, and we will be living in interconnected world. What we can see right now that actually the toothbrushes are sold much less than mobile devices. So basically, our health of our tooth is not so important as a mobile device. And the digital market is changing. So basically, we have applications, and we have also different gadgets what we could use for sports, for health, or for home security, and so on. Also, Apple is developing interesting things about home security. So basically, how can we control our home entertainment systems, alarms, and everything else what's happening in our home. Well, car manufacturers also are thinking about mobility. So basically, we could see that Tesla is one of course, the famous ones who is already using Apple CarPlay. But Porsche will introduce something in 2017. Android is signing huge contracts with various manufacturers to deliver mobility functionalities into the cars quite soon. But this doesn't mean that our users are not using mobility in our cars right now. So basically, this is Volvo S60 2005 car, very old. 200 euros investments, and you have mobility in your car right now. You do not need to wait when the manufacturer will do something. So basically, this is standard Lenovo Android device. It just took out the old GPS screen, inserted this device, connected to the car, and he has wireless LAN connection, Bluetooth, GPS, maps, phones, and everything else. There is a lot of different videos how to do that with different cars. Basically, this investment is about, I don't know, 2 till 500 depending on the car, and the mobility is already there. So our users are step ahead of us when we talk about the mobility. Please, another funny example. So basically, if you want to know when your clothes are dry, you could just have such kind of device, and you will receive a notification that actually your towel is dry, and you could wash again or use it. Well, the way of how we are kind of communicating with our children, it's also changing. So basically, if we want to know when our diaper of our kid is full, so we could just receive a message to the phone. And if we want to have some interesting experience at the evening when the lights is turned off, so we could also have something like that. So basically, this is touch over the internet. Yeah, this is very interesting lingerie. I later on can share the link where you could buy it if you are interested. But anyway, this is what we talk about the Internet of Things. This is what we talk about the mobility. It's already here. And if we talk about the lifestyle, how it's changing us, then basically we are reading less and less. Even though there are electronic books and they kind of are successful in terms of sales and everything else, but more I believe that we could see us in the screen on the right side. And this is what we are doing at the evening. This is how it's happening. The same is also if you compare a couple of years ago how we ride it in public transportation. So basically, this also is somehow changed a little bit, yeah. So we do not read the paper, even though the paper is given fully for free in London. Yeah, you just go take it and you can read it. The same how we are watching the events. So we are going, I don't know, to Coldplay concert or to someone else, and basically we are watching it through Prisma. So we are using another screen to watch it, what is happening before our eyes. So it's kind of strange why it's so, but it's there, and this is the way how we are using all those good technologies in our lifestyle, and this is also a very nice example. So basically, our late dinner is also a little bit changed. Yeah? If we will not take a picture of our food and put this in a Facebook, then who we are. So we are not anymore interesting to anyone. Yeah? So we need to think about the boundaries also a little bit. But anyway, and security, this is true. I think a couple of us can see in the screen ourselves, because this is how we drive. And we can just imagine how secure this is. What I have saw in past months, I was especially when standing in the car where there is a red light and the green is starting to show, I'm always watching who will drive, if someone will drive faster in the orange or not, because a couple of years ago everyone already drove when there was orange. They already started to move, and then there was green, and then move it forwards. Right now everyone is standing till green, then they're standing a little bit more, they're putting the phone, and then they're starting to drive. And then there is next red light, and then they're again taking the phone, doing very fast 30-second job, very important. I think that the job is what you need to do. And then they're driving further. That's why I think also the traffic is a little bit slower down right now. But there is also a good side of the technology, and sometimes it's help us to do daily some kind of small things, like Apple is presenting these ideas of Apple Pay, and this is very, very easy for us just to take a hand, pay it, and forget about, I don't know, credit cards, invoices, and such kind of things. But all those technologies, and there will be many more technologies. Also outside you could see the 3D printers, what can actually print also a gun. Of course not this one, but there are specific ones who could print guns and different other things. Google Glasses, I think everyone will already know the USA is starting to use Google Glasses in healthcare. So basically the doctor is, before coming into the patient, he's using Google Glass on the doors where the patient is lying. There is barcode, he's scanning, and before entering the room, he knows already the latest data. What is the blood pressure, what is the temperature, when he was fed, and so on and so on. Yeah, so basically there is also the good side of it. And why we talk about the mobility so much right now, and also Gartner is telling about us that that the technology in terms of mobility will be in 2020 will be dramatically increasing. I think it will happen much faster because the technology time when it's acquiring the market, it's decreasing a lot. If we compare the first phone to take and to reach 50 million of users took 75 years. Angry Birds, it took just 1 month and there was 50 million of the customers, and you could just imagine how this will change in the future. So actually the question is about, are you ready for the mobile? Yeah? And this we need to ask not only as enterprise, but this we also need to ask as actually living person. Are we ready? Because a lot of things we are doing privately and a lot of things we are doing in outside of the work. And there we also need to think about baselines of the security, what was today a little bit told. Mobility in enterprises, and well, basically there is, I always ask one question to customers when I'm meeting with them: how many mobile devices you have in your IT infrastructure? So if you are able to answer, this means that you already are starting to think about mobile first. So basically I already understand that the mobility will take much more place in your lifetime. 99% of the customers are not able to answer this question. It's just because they are not thinking about it right now. And it's just also about that the infrastructure is not ready. So basically they do not have tools in place to understand the boundaries of the mobile infrastructure that they have. And the second question always is, of course, about the Wi-Fi. What Wi-Fi policy do you have? Because when we bring the mobile phone to the work, we also bring a very strong PC to the work. We also bring a separate network to the work if we talk about hotspots and other things. And usually the answer from the IT guys is something like that. Please do not kind of be offended, but it is like that. So there is two sides. So there is no side. We do not have such kind of problems. Yeah? And when you ask how you know this, the answer is simple. We know that. We just do not have this. This is basically the picture that they think about it. And the other one is most popular. We have forbidden this. We have rules. And I always want to ask, what is those rules? Where can I see them and how can I use them? Because rules, this is basically written somewhere that you cannot use the mobile phone in work. But still, the mobile phone is on the table. And how we can control that users are using this or not, it's just not possible. And if we talk about what we are facing with the mobility, that what we have saw in the customer meetings, that more the devices are owned by our employees. So we still do not have the corporate policy about what devices we will have, and then what they should look like, what vendors, what operating systems, and so on and so on. So basically we are just allowing to bring your own phones. For us it's cheaper. We do not need to think about investments. And for us it's also easier if we talk about that, we are just passing the information to the phone and we are trying to forget about that. The problems is also about the various operating systems. As we are allowing our employees to bring those devices, this means that one will bring Microsoft Windows phone, another bring Android phone, third will bring something else, and we will have various devices, various manufacturers, and so on. When this device is in our network, so basically in our enterprise, then usually 95% it's email connection. So basically this is first thing what our employees will ask. Please give us access to email. Of course we can say no, but our users are not stupid. They will just copy the settings from Outlook or from anywhere, and many of times they will get the connection out and they will be able to synchronize the emails in. Also, all those home used devices what we are bringing to enterprise, usually they have this nice setting, everything on. So Bluetooth on, GPS on, Wi-Fi on, because I want to be always connected. I want to always have notifications where I'm located, and so on and so on. For enterprises, such kind of approach is not the best one. Of course, about the jailbreaked phones. Yeah? This is what Timo told, what Leszek explained it today, that we also need to be secured from that point, that no one is able to access our operating system and also other information what is on our devices. The problem is no application strategy. Still our business is not thinking about mobile applications. It's slowly starting to become a trend, but it's too slow. So basically we need already to think about mobile application delivery and mobile application usage at the mobile phones. As mentioned, it is also risk management problems, so we do not analyze risks, what will be when the mobile phone will be in our organization. And one more time to highlight the problem, the mobile device management. This is also what our users usually have is making mistake. They think about mobile device management as the thing what will cover all the problems with mobile phone in our enterprise, and this is only a small part. Yeah, we need to think about the content, we need to think about applications, so basically we need to think about enterprise mobility management. Applications already are here, so even though the phones are not owned by the company, we could see from the Panama study the companies are allowing to put the sensitive data on the mobile devices. Yeah, so basically, if we will not allow to our users to have data, to have an email or some documents on our mobile device, the users will not be happy, and mainly all those nice users are our top-level management, and if top-level management wants to have an email on the device, then we just need, as IT, to deliver such kind of functionality. And as this is owned device, my own owned device, it's problems with the security there will be. Employees accessing business email with smartphones more and more. And employees accessing business applications and other than emails in the smartphones, it's too. So basically we need to also understand what is the business application for us. Sometimes Facebook for marketing department is actually business application, but Facebook maybe for, I don't know, sales department or different departments, it's actually private application. Yeah? So we need to do the application kind of auditing and studying to understand which departments, which users should have what kind of applications. And it's not just about the email application. Yeah? It's not just also about the phone application. We also need to have in place the security controls from firewalls, from different other Wi-Fi security tools to say that we could actually move forwards with implementing mobility in our organization and say that in the next years we will be much secure. This is actually good graph what shows that if we are dividing by the departments, that what each department in the future will ask in terms of application development. So basically each department will try to develop their own applications to be able to use the data and to analyze the data and to work with the data on the mobile device. Starting from, enterprise resource planning and ending with finance and customer relationship and different other company segments. When we talk about the application development, we definitely need to think what applications to develop. Are those will be web applications? Are those will be mobile applications? And or maybe those will be hybrid applications, what will be able to mix all this together. But when we will think about that, we also need to think about mobile application ecosystem. So basically, we need to prepare the middleware to be ready to synchronize the information correctly, to send the information correctly to the mobile device, to have interconnection between the mobile device and our internal networks. And this is one point that also Leszek today told regards the mobile iron. That mobile iron has such kind of functionalities that we could put the box between our IT infrastructure, what we have right now, and slowly start to integrate application by application, content source by content source to deliver it correctly to the mobile phone in a secure way. Okay, I need to speed up a little bit. Trends in mobility. So if we read Gartner reports till, let's say, 2020, then we will see that the main trend still will be the employee privacy together with mobile device security. So if we want to put some kind of security layer on the mobile device, what is owned by our employee, we need to show them that actually we will not be spying of them. Yeah? That all those controls, what we will be able to collect, I don't know, GPS locations, Wi-Fi passwords, other settings, what is kind of sensitive, that those settings will be only for our business applications, as our business owners. And this is a very, very important point, that we need to separate the private life from the business life in one device. And this is, we are able to do this already right now with the enterprise mobility management systems, but still this will be a trend. Of course, as we talk the middleware systems, yeah, this is very important question, how we will be able to fastly adapt our IT infrastructure to deliver the mobile content to the devices. A little bit about the security. The vectors are changing. Yeah? The malware risks are growing. Application quality maybe is not so high. So basically, we need to understand which applications are requesting what from our contents. Usually, when we talk about how the users are installing applications, it's just we open a application store and we download some application, and then we click next, 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 and faster to get finally the application. But we do not read what actually this free of charge application is collecting. And usually this is all this sensitive data like contacts, GPS locations, yeah, photos, and different other things. And of course, as the applications in app shops are not always created by professionals, but as we also today saw, there are small children who are creating the applications. They are not always very quality built. So basically, there is backdoor already in the application inside. Of course, jailbreak and rooted devices. This is quite popular in Baltic states, so we do not like maybe to pay for the applications what you can buy in app stores. That's why we jailbreak the phones. We install free of charge applications, and at the end we lose the security. Also, we need to think about hotspots and such kind of things. From the threats, what we are facing, of course, this is the same malware, spyware, and privacy threat and vulnerability of applications. This is we talked about this in today's presentations, and it will not go away. As you can see, it dramatically grows the malware for Android right now in the market. Yeah, this is what we also talk about risky apps. So basically, as I told, the applications are not built securely all days. Yeah, that's why we need to have some kind of additional security layer for our business applications, and this is one of the things what enterprise mobility management is delivering. It's a ability to wrap the application with secure security layer, so we could put it in a separate container what will be protected. Web-based threats, yeah? The same threats what we have in our Windows life when we are going home and using Microsoft Windows notebooks or something like that. The same threats will be affected also for the mobile devices, and of course network. When the mobile device is coming into our network, it always opens the Wi-Fi. And this is very, very, very important question, how we deal with that. We have in place all the security tools in infrastructure like network access controls maybe, or Wi-Fi intrusion prevention systems, what we will be able to securely give the needed signal, the needed internet connection to the device. and will not allow the device leave the area where, let's say, he should be in terms of information synchronization. And yes, and this is also a very interesting thing that we could always talk about how good and how effectively we are spending our money in terms of security. But any kind of security can be collapsed in a couple of seconds if our user will come with a phone and enables hotspot. Hotspot costs us, I don't know, something around 10 euros per month, unlimited traffic, 100 megabits in second. And we could download and send any sensitive information from our notebook to any place where we want with the hotspot. So basically, all those big walls what we have created in past, IPS, IDS systems, proxies, and everything else, it just collapsed because we are sending out information via using our own network. Things to remember. Also, I will try to be very short here. Yeah, manage and protect what matters. So basically, understood where is your sensitive content, understood what is your sensitive applications, and protect them. Think user experience first. This is also very important, as if the software or if the policies what we will apply will be too hard to use for our user, then they will just not use the phone what we gave it to them. They will start to find ways how to deal with such kind of strict policies or with such not user-friendly applications. And they will buy another phone. They will try to Google and find out how we could break this and how we could avoid that. Define network explicitly. So basically, we need to understand the network requirements for implementing mobile. So this is, all this network access controls, Wi-Fi intrusion prevention systems, and also the API gateways to share the information and to connect all those applications that are synchronizing the information to the mobile device. Be clear about the roles and ownership. So basically, this is about the privacy, about the users, that they need to understand that we are not spying on them, that this is all the security layers that we are applying. It's all only think to secure the mobile content, what is actually our business, what is actually our sensitive data. And of course, as we talk today, prepare for Internet of Things. It is here already. So a little bit about us and how we can help. Data Security Solutions is a system integrator. We have already huge experience in mobile security field. We have success stories that you could find in Yahoo Finance, in CNBC News, in Google, about the bankings in Baltic states who have already thought about this problem and implemented some kind of tools together with us. We could do all the demos, RFPs, and different interesting things to help to resolve all those issues. For today, that's it. Yeah, I'm on schedule, actually good. Again, please fill up the feedback forms. And in 5 minutes, there will be starting the plenary session. Very interesting topics from well-known IT security experts. Please join. All those who watched us in online stream, thank you for being with us together today. And we are hoping to see you next year. Thank you.